right, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Planewalking, episode 19. Let's get into it. Last time, we began having arrived back in Surcad after a brief survivor-themed trip to rescue Samir. We spoke with Samir on the way back to his shop, which he was in a rush to return to. He mentioned that Zavrix visited him while he was in the other plane, and that he believes Zavrik might actually have a lot of prisoners in a lot of different dimensions that he's, visiting. Samir also informed us that he and Frederick had been competing for magical items, and that was the nature of their professional relationship. Samir also mentioned that the name of the smoldering corpse was Octart the Wizard, or at least that's what he was known about pre-smolder. After we returned to the broken compass, Samir began setting his shop to rights and running around, searching for things. And Oro pressed Samir too hard with too many different questions, and they got in a minor fight. So while the others had dinner, Oro pouted in his room. Malagus brought Oro some dinner, which then Malagus wanted to sleep in Samir's bed, leading to a fight, leading to misunderstandings. Hilarious misunderstandings that shall not be recounted.
No.
Then, as a party, we formulated a plan to tie Orpheus down and kill the body he currently inhabits, Orpheus being, of course, a ghost, in order to draw Iceland back from Valhalla. So we went to Jackknife's bar, the Smoldering Corpse, where we gave her the infinite water source we had earned from the lizard folks. We rented a room from her where Dulum waited outside because it wasn't so sure that any of this counted as fair or lawful.
Good call.
Then Deimos killed Orpheus. Iceland returned, pretty swiftly convinced them that she was Orpheus and the thing hadn't worked. So then they killed Iceland again. Which led to Orpheus rolling death saves until Hire helpfully healed Orpheus. It was a pretty bad experience for everyone all around, and everyone, besides Deimos and Orpheus, swore off ever doing it again. Downstairs, we ran into Jackknife, who believes that the water might be cursed. I ran an identify on this water-producing object and learned that, this object is, in fact, no object, but technically a creature that has a spell connecting it to the plane of elemental water. Upon closer observation, we saw through the charm that had been obscuring this, but this item is, in fact, a petrified severed head, which is regurgitating water indefinitely. There's an older, wrinkled person with crow's feet that doesn't look like anybody we recognize. We didn't really have anything to do with that, though, so Jackknife gave us our reward, which was a knapsack of holding full of fine camping gear. We collected Father Luces, and Oro agreed to leave Bisk be in charge of her orphanage until we're ready to return to Valhalla. Then Jackknife used the item, creature, whatever, water producer on the smoldering corpse, and it began to put him out. We smelled fine cologne beneath the smell of his steam. His skin began regenerating, fine silken clothes unfurled over his body, and the flames died down to a small cinder. He was wearing a velvet coat with silver trim, which was verdant green, and fine dress shoes. We kind of recognized this guy. He seemed in his mid-40s or maybe early 50s, and extremely handsome. Then Mason gave us the important stats. He has a negative canthal tilt, salt and pepper beard and hair. He had a thin but very charming smile. When he flashed this slightly goofy smile, we all realized he looks extremely like Malagus. He was not interested in sticking around. He sort of brushed us off, cast some spells, and blew away the force wall, which was holding him, and ran free. We were also not so concerned about this. So we went back to the Broken Compass, where Orpheus helped repair Samir, and he explained that he was mainly mad at Orpheus for the plan to kill Orpheus's body, and I think mostly mad that Orpheus doesn't say he's alive. I personally, and now we're getting into speculation in the summary, which is something I avoid. I try to give you nothing but the facts, but Maisie's speculation is that it seems like Samir is projecting his own, like, wanting to view himself as alive on Orpheus. And Maisie thinks Samir's projecting his whole issue with wanting to be considered alive on Orpheus, even though Oro obviously does not want to be considered alive or consider himself alive. Red Hands, and I say that in air quotes because it was Zavrix in disguise, came by and find out we were home because Hire and Oro decided to be honest. And said he would be back at 7 very threateningly, so we were like, we need to get out of here. Before we leave Circad, though, Dulam wanted to go give the Lady of Pain a dossier. It had written about the threshold thief, the door thefter, thief, who has been plaguing Circad. Also, Dulam told the Lady of Pain about Zavrix's numerous malfeasances. While Red Hands in air quotes, Zavrix was there. Zavrix did ask Deimos for a word, which Deimos agreed to, and we learned the word that Zavrix stole from Deimos was Smear. His former roommate's name.
My roommate or my dad?
Both.
Or my lover.
Last, we went to get Vinny. Forge Toe escorted us up to his room. Vinny had cleared out his room very well and was honestly very pleasant on our walk back to the Broken Compass, where I believe we all touched the cube and teleported ourselves to Waterdeep.
Woo! Very exciting. All right, thank you there, Maisie, for an excellent reintroduction. That was a good recap, and that does about catch us up to date. Did you mention that you guys definitely freed the smoldering corpse to go rain terror on the Lady of Pain?
Oh, forgot that. Yeah, while Deimos was visiting the Lady of Pain, it learned that her palace is under fucking high lockdown because we unleashed a terrorist.
Allegedly.
That happened.
Actually, technically, no one's even alleged it. We don't know it was the smoldering corpse. I guess we've alleged it. But
I think we know.
That did happen. You guys were a part of that.
I mean, Jackknife was the one, putting the reward up, so.
So it's probably her fault.
Yeah. Write that down, DM. Write that down.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Sorry. Excuse me. All right, so welcome back, everyone, to the Runt Pack Goes Plane Walking. I will reintroduce you now to sort of the moment we left off, which is you guys are all holding hands, about to teleport. The group of you, including the core Runts, you decided to leave Jaya behind, look after Gravy, the cow, and instead opted to take the wonderful company of Father Luces and Tick and Vinny and also Malagus. You recall, just as you were about to teleport, Malagus runs into the room.
Oh, fuck.
Having finally finished up his other business that he was attending to. Grabbing onto you all just in time as the little cube of magic that you are holding, Orpheus, pops loudly, indicating that your teleportation is occurring. So, music is so swelling. A brief flash of light, and you will all find yourselves traveling once again through a brief corridor of infiniteness. Normally, these teleportations that you use occur pretty quickly, but it seems like with this one, you have a moment or two longer in this sort of space in between planes. It stretches long and wide. You see one another in it as you stretch out, and you all hear a loud popping sounds in your ears as if you've climbed several thousand feet all at once. And all of a sudden, all the momentum stops quickly, and you feel the fluid in your ears build up again, and it sort of throws you off balance a bit, but all of a sudden, all of you appear in Waterdeep. The bright spring sun bears down upon you all as you find yourself standing atop worn stone steps. The sensation of teleportation fades as you sort of get to look around. There's a bright, beating sun. It seems to be a warm spring day, and you smell salt in the air, the smell of the ocean. Around you, you look, and it takes a moment for you all to sort of get your bearings again. It seems like teleportation sort of makes you just a bit confused for about a minute as you land. You all likely think that you probably couldn't start a fight with anyone immediately after teleporting, just because it's sort of disorienting. But nevertheless, you all get a second to look around here. You see that the worn stone steps that you all stand on seem to lead to an imposing courthouse with grand columns stretching high. The air around here is also thick with the scent of parchment and ink, and even old stone warmed by a midday sun. It appears you all are in the academic ward. There's quiet activity surrounding you in this city. Robed scholars are hurrying past on the cobbles, arms burdened with tomes and scrolls, while almost familiar robed clerks and scribes are gathered in small groups, speaking in hushed tones. These look identical to the groups of scholars that you saw wandering around Surkat from time to time, the same attire. Beyond the courthouse, you see the sprawling city, the metropolis that is Waterdeep, the city of splendors, so it's called. There is a dizzying display of architecture in front of you. You see the cobbled streets, smoothed down by centuries of footsteps and wagons, branch outward into the city. Threading through it, you see towering spires, bustling squares, and all sorts of shadowed dark black buildings. Banners of deep blue and gold, bearing the sigil of Waterdeep, which it looks to be a moon mirrored in a great sea, ripple in the breeze from every wrought iron lamppost across every single one of these beautiful cobbled streets. You see a enormous city. This is, for many of you, the largest city you've ever seen in your life. There are thousands of buildings here. There seems to be, while a sort of a quiet din in this academic ward, there's noise that stretches out from across the entire city. You hear sort of wafting up from lower sectors. You're sort of at the, not quite the top of a hill per se. This seems to be a very hilly area in general, so you get a good view off in the distance as you guys seem to be a bit higher up at the academic ward. So you get a good view of a merchant district far off in the distance. You can even hear distant shouts from these stalls. They seem to be peddling their goods off in the distance. Carts are rattling by, pulled by horses. Their drivers seem to call out warnings to pedestrians as they go by. The smell of that sour manure drifts in with the salty air that comes in from the harbor. To the north of Waterdeep, the sheer slate-gray face of Mount Waterdeep dominates the skyline. Rocky slopes scarred by old paths and entrances to deep mines and caverns. You also see another pretty obvious sight in the town are these monumental constructs, the statues of Waterdeep that you guys had learned about recently. Ancient stone guardians that stand enormous and frozen in various poses throughout the city's wards. Here in the academic ward, an enormous statue, easily 50 feet tall, watches over the scholars in this ward. It seems to be a contemplative colossus, with a massive book in its hand, resting against its knee, and its carved expression one of great thought. Out to the west, through gaps in the cityscape across the hills, you glimpse the harbor flickering in between buildings. Sunlight seems to be catching the sea's surface in a bright display. That scent of salt seems to be drifting inland from this harbor, mingling again with all the richer aromas of ink around you, baked bread, and even manure from the streets. Seagulls wheel high above in the air, their calls audible over the din of the midday bustle of Waterdeep. That's my seagull.
How's that?
Pretty
That
good
was
seagull.
my seagull. Sorry, that was my pet seagull.
That was a really good seagull. I like your seagull. The harbor here seems to be, with the size of the city, enormous. The city itself seems to be roughly oval-shaped, with one of the wider edges being right up against the coastline here. This is the Swords Coast. For those of you who have spent time on the material plane, the legends of the Swords Coast are infamous. All sorts of activities and great trade and travel, all sorts of fine, rare spices, meats, foods, brandies, and even people come from all across Faerun, right at this coastline. Specifically, the port of Waterdeep, this harbor, is one of the largest across the entire Swords Coast. You see, just through the glimpses of the buildings, hundreds and hundreds of boats from the smallest of rowboats to the largest of almost pleasure yachts seem to be all amassed at this great harbor. More close by, though, the street that you seem to be stood in is a patchwork of all sorts of people. You see nobles dressed in elegant finery pass by beggars who clutch tin cups with outstretched hands. There are adventurers walking by in mismatched armor, sort of striding confidently through these streets, while there even seem to be some wary dock hands shuffling inwards, eager for some sort of respite from what looks to have been long sea voyages. You also see figures clad in deep blue cloaks, the City Watch. They seem to be the guard force here, and they all have these large, long swords right at their hilt that each of them have a hand on as they sort of scout out through the crowds. Somewhere in the distance, a great bell tolls loudly. Bong! Its deep chime reverberating through the avenues, marking the passage of an hour. Welcome to Waterdeep.
Whoa!
It's a bit overwhelming arriving here. It seems like, you guys have spent so long trying to get somewhere like this that all of a sudden you're here, and it's starting to come to terms to you that you're probably going to need to find a place to sleep for the night, and find an area to call home. And you have some goals here, but you're not quite sure where to begin with any of them. But as you're sort of taking in the great scope of this land, Malagus coughs loudly. Oh, this fucking sea air is nasty. Jesus.
You don't want to go swimming, bud?
No.
Yeah.
This sea is fucking rancid. Look at it. There's probably so much shit in there.
Isn't every sea full of fish shit?
No, not just fish shit. I feel like everyone in their fucking Geemgaw is emptying the chamber pot in that there beautiful ocean. Not to mention all the great boats that have probably crashed right there.
Oh.
I
You're
think
feeling
it's
optimistic
really
today,
pretty.
aren't you?
Hey, fuck you, alright? Let's just find some place to sleep.
Guys,
Alright.
we made it. We're so close.
We made it.
This is the closest we've been to getting somewhere. Those ports, surely we could use them to travel to other places.
Yeah, and we can find Dr. Him. And maybe we can report Savrix to his university for unethical practices.
I mean, I don't know a lot about institutions outside of Ether, but what if the institution is a part of it? I feel like if you've just met Zavrix, you kind of know
You
how
should
he
know.
is.
But what if he puts on a good face here and then Surcad, that's where he lets out the freak?
Maybe. I guess I'm just scared for other Zavrixes.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, doesn't Dr. Him work at the university as well?
You notice Samir is taking a long moment, sort of just breathing in the air here and looking around with this contemplative, neutral smile.
Is it
It's
neutral
nice
or
to be
contemplative?
somewhere. It's neutral. It's nice to get out of Surcad every once in a while. This place is nice.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
Yes, Dr. Him does reside here. In fact, it looks like we're already in his ward. This is the academic ward where the professors and the great Cassius Royal High Academy is held. I do believe that there is a pretty active community of scholars here that we could also engage with any questions about the Dulam's body or ghosts in general, if that interests you, Orpheus.
Oh yeah, I for sure think we should pursue all of these. I do think it might be worth getting an in-room, as Malagus observed, just because I think he's crashing and he's going to get really grumpy soon.
Listen, I'm not fucking crashing. There's still a long day. I just need to take a nap so I can build myself up for my evening drink.
Yeah, like that, see?
Shut up. You don't know me.
Well,
What,
that's
you want to
we
go
do.
shopping, huh? You want to go, what, buy some shit? Is that what you want?
Not really.
Okay, so what the fuck?
We're kind of broke.
Was that a jab? I'm lost.
I don't know. I'm just tired. I don't know what I'm on.
It's alright, Melly.
Okay.
Come on, let's be happy. We did it. This is so much progress.
It is. It really is higher. It's kind of amazing.
I mean, this town does look pretty fucking big. Where should we stay? I mean, look, there's that whole dock area. We could go over there, or we could just plop right here.
Set up our tents? That's not a bad idea.
Well,
Oh, no, we shouldn't do tents, Orpheus. That's probably going to get us in trouble.
we
Oh.
do have a local expert. I look to Vinny.
Vinny is also thrilled to be here. He's got a big smile on his face. He seems absolutely ecstatic to finally be home. Despite having some potential issues with it before, he seems much more eager now. Oh, this place is... it's home! We made it!
We made it!
It looks so nice. He sort of rubs his eyes, and now in the brightness of midday with a proper sun above you all, you can really get a better look at Vinny, and he looks real nasty. I mean, his hair is slicked back with grease, and his eyes are sunken in, and even seems to have some like black dirt caked into his into the creases of his face that he sort of rubs out as he looks out.
Hey, Vinny, where do your parents live?
Yeah, they live in the trade ward, because they're traders.
Do you want a buddy to walk you there?
If you guys want to come with me, sure, but I mean, to be honest with you, you could really stay anywhere you like. There's sort of a tavern on every street corner here.
I just thought to make sure you got home all right. You've mentioned it's a dangerous city.
Yeah. Sure, walk with me. I can give you places that you could stay on the way if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I could even tell you a bit more about this place too, if you'd like.
Please.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead. Yeah. And you guys slowly start walking. With all of your things. You guys look like a group of adventurers too. In fact, as you sort of look around, having taken in this place for a moment, you notice that just as you begin stepping off of the steps to walk out into the town, one of those blue-robed guards approaches you guys, sort of giving a friendly wave. Oh yeah, good afternoon.
Snap a salute.
Hi.
Sir.
Welcome to the Crown of the North, the City of Splendors. You all look like outsiders, is that true?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Most of us, yeah.
Right now, you find yourselves in the Academy Ward, travelers. If it's knowledge you seek, our libraries and academies are unparalleled.
Great. And then I turn back and look at Doolam and I mouth libraries and make a face like, get a load of this guy.
There's a...
Hires drooling at the mouth.
If you're not students, there's a volunteer order of magists and teachers that offer lectures daily here for the common masses.
What sort of lectures?
Well, on all sorts of things, ma'am. Are you interested in housekeeping or perhaps child rearing?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like I'm like a few steps away.
That's sort of typical classes for the majority of the ladies who prefer to attend here. If you'd like, though, if you're more of the adventuring type, we also have a few martial classes. Teach you how to wield a sword better, or shooting classes. There's an archery range in the back.
I don't think I need your help on either of those things, sir.
I mean, but what if we could learn new skills? A new class?
Well, ma'am, it wouldn't be me helping you. It would actually be one of the teachers.
I'm
Are you okay, buddy?
Take a step back, let my friends handle the situation.
Sorry, jet lag from, yeah, that sounds great. That's really helpful. We can just go to classes for free. Oh my goodness.
The figure before you now, who doesn't seem to be much of a seasoned watch guard. This is like sort of a thin male elf that looks to be in his younger years. Sort of snaps to more of an attentive pose and place that hand on his enormous longsword on the side of his body and goes, excuse me, not to be rude, folks, but how exactly did you arrive here in the city? It is challenging for me to imagine you made it this deep inside of our great City of Splendors without at least running into another guard to ask questions.
This one, and I motioned to Orpheus, isn't really the talking type, kinda. Yeah, sorry for the rudeness.
No, I see, but it's quite a standard procedure to ask the method in which you traveled here. For if you visited here for some sort of magic, perhaps some sort of planar magic, it is my duty to inform you that you must check in at the Downshadow port. We welcome all plainfaring races, but you see, it's quite illegal to just appear in the middle of town. Would that be you all? He looks at you suspiciously.
Yes.
What?
We didn't know it was illegal.
I thought you were leaving this one to us.
Well, you would have lied. And then I would have lied by standing near you and nodding. Why don't you just go check in? It's no big deal.
I was gonna make Deimos lie. Yeah, we can go check in.
Oh, all right. Yeah. He remains sort of at the ready. You notice, and it seems like he seems a bit too young to be able to take on this task on his own. But nevertheless, he says, "All right, I'll guide you there right now. Please, if you would follow me. All Waterdeep laws regarding plainfaring races require that you land several miles outside of the city in the Downshadow port, and then you make your final approach by land. Transgressors are punished with harsh fines and even imprisonment. So, we'll let it slide this time, but you must check in there. I'll lead you there now. It should be, roughly, I would guess, a 2-hour or so march.
Oh.
I'm so
and I should inform you, you all have coin, yes? There are many fees required to travel via the port. Documentation is also required. I imagine you all have your documents.
I mean, we're just kind of like here. Maybe we can like get those documents.
Yeah. You know, all of my documents were stolen in a bar.
I don't think
Sir,
I've ever
are you
had
there?
documents.
Where did you all come from exactly?
Circad?
And where is that? Is that inland?
It was on land most of the time.
Right. But listen. And he looks at you sort of nervously now, and you notice he fully realizes that this is above his pay grade, and he goes, "Would you all remain right here for just a minute? I think I need to go get my supervisor to figure this out. All right. Please don't go anywhere. All right. I've made a mental note of your names and faces. Or your faces, I suppose. So please don't go anywhere. Yeah. Right. I'll be right back." And the knight seems to run off into the crowd looking for someone.
I'm sorry, you guys. It was worse than he made it sound like it would be.
Malagus sort of kicks you in the back of the shin and goes, "All right, let's get a fucking move on then."
Oh, to Downport? No, Southport? Outport?
Oh, no, we're following Vinny. You don't actually expect to walk all the way out of town, then back in for some legal documents. That's fucked up.
It just feels like it would be really... Well, first, okay, inconvenient for one, for us to be, wanted.
Well, we're not
Not
gonna
that
be
you know
wanted.
what that would feel like, Malagus.
Hello?
Oh, sorry, it was just right in the air. Someone had to take it.
I don't know. I'm kind of scared they're gonna take all the money we have at a minimum, but
Also,
How
we don't
much money
have
do you
any
all have? Let's start
legal
there.
doc-
I've got 62 gold.
Hire sticks his head into the bag of Holden, digging around in there.
I point to my satchel that states exactly how much gold it has. And you see 58 gold, 6 silver, and 4 copper.
All you need, baby.
I have 44.
This is just fucking grim.
I have 55. So I mean, like
Oh.
altogether, I mean that's pretty good.
Okay, but like you guys know that normally wizards who can teleport have like fortunes, that's sort of an expensive thing to do. I bet they charge a lot. Like Vinny, have you ever, paid there? And Vinny shakes his head. I've never actually teleported into Waterdeep, so I'm actually quite unfamiliar with how much it costs. Sorry, guys.
I mean, do you have papers? I'm not even sure who we would have the papers with.
Not on me. It's just usually people outsiders. If you weren't born here, you have to have some sort of documentation. Usually.
But how can they tell?
What's
How
that?
can they tell who wasn't born here if the people who were born here don't carry around documentation?
Or they got a ledger. I'm probably still in there somewhere.
But how would they know we're not,
Why
Vinny
can't I
or
just pick a
whatever.
name off the list?
Yeah.
A lot of people do that, actually. That's a pretty common way to get around it. I'm sort of surprised you guys didn't know that, but maybe I should assume too much about how much you guys knew. That's on me.
It's
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
Vinny.
First
You
time
guys want to use
here.
my parents' names? I know them. They'll get keep
Oh
them.
yeah. Oh.
Well, wouldn't we then have to act like your parents?
Yeah. Or, to be honest with you, this town is really big. I mean, I've gotten in trouble with the law here before, and you can just sort of move, and they'll really never find you again.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of worried some of us, like me, kind of stand out.
Yeah, I mean, you are sort of standing out. That's true. Now, I really don't want to walk all the way, and I actually don't to go there to pay some fee because I already live here. So if you guys are gonna go there, I'm just gonna go back to my home. All right?
That makes sense. Are we going to go there? Doodlem, does that seem right to you?
It seems right to follow their codes here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like it, but
Okay, well, I have a point on this. Nalagus kneels down in front of you, Dula. Listen, buddy, all right? Maybe that's their law, but have you considered that us going to some faraway place to pay some crazy fine is actually them swindling us? You know, even though they got it in writing in their law, it's actually thievery.
I mean,
It's a
They
good
don't
point.
need money. They probably have all the money they need from trade that happens inside their walls. They don't really need outsiders to pay, you know? I mean, how much is our paltry sum really going to add to the overall profits of the city, you know? They're probably just gouging outsiders because they can, because they know that these people are going to pay it, because there's probably no actual town anywhere nearby.
Yeah, that's true. And it's not like they told us we were going to have to pay before we came.
And that's not fair, you know? They didn't tell us shit. So at this point, that guy didn't really even seem to know, like, we had to go pay. Like, you had to go find someone to ask. So I feel like it's in our right to go wander around.
But he told us to stay here.
Yeah. kind of seems.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
I mean, I know it's messed up, but I feel like that's kind of how government works, right? They take from people, and if not everyone pays, then
Well,
it's
but
not
listen,
fair.
Not
we've
every
already
government
discussed-
has to take from people. Some governments give back to their people.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
think that's called communism.
it's
I've heard of
both, right?
manifesto.
Oh.
Well, I'm a little concerned that we planned on coming sort of in and out of here, right? Like we all discussed
Mhm.
coming in and out of Waterdeep. And what if they charge us every fucking time? Wouldn't that suck?
That would suck.
Well, I feel like we're kind of stuck this time, but in the future, I think we could, teleport to a smarter location maybe and just say we did the walk.
Well, here's the problem, right? That box that we got so kindly from the Lady of Pain was already pre-programmed to appear right here at the steps, right? So how do we change that? Because I don't fucking know how.
Oh god. And I guess the more we tell them, I guess they're gonna ask how we got in, and what if they figure that out too?
Exactly. We'll have to show them the box, and then what if they, take it? Because they're like, oh, it's an illegal item, you can't have this, and then...
But that's ours, so they don't have any right to take it. Just because
Yeah,
we're here.
Some governments do that, Orpheus. They do that.
So maybe they don't have any right to take our money either.
You see what I'm saying now? We're on the same
Oh
page
god,
now.
but I don't know if I want to be on your page. Sabir, Deimos, thoughts?
I don't know. I kind of like a good system of government personally.
I cannot believe you're on that side.
What? I really wasn't
Let's
expecting
go.
that.
All the
That is
paperwork,
unbelievable.
all the organization. It feels really good.
Unbelievable.
Are you lawful? I would have never guessed that.
That is unbelievable. Jesus.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about you.
Yeah.
Samir speaks up. I believe it is proper protocol. If you all are worried about it, I suppose as a thank you for inviting me here, I could front the cost of whatever it costs for our group to arrive here. Just as a
Samir
small
is super
thank you.
rich.
Well, let's figure out how much the cost would be first before
Okay,
we make
and-
any big commitments.
Let's not just say super, because, it's not like that. Most of my value is in assets, the things in my shop. I don't not very liquid.
How much money are you
Not
carrying
very
on you right
liquid
now,
right now.
Samir?
Well, it is rude to ask somebody that, especially in an open court like this. You don't know whose thieving ears might be listening.
I look around. Do
Yeah,
I see
Mason,
thieving ears?
can I tie the bag of holding around my waist or something?
You can. Do you want to give me a perception check while you're looking around, Orpheus? And as you notice Higher sort of tightening the bag.
Dang. So should we all be putting our coin purses somewhere safe?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good idea. That was actually the first recommendation I was going to make to you guys, which is that people from Waterdeep like to steal.
I mean, isn't that what the bag of holding's for?
Well, but then we're putting all our eggs in one basket, literally. If that gets stolen, it would really suck.
Oh, we don't have to put all of our eggs in one basket. We can have emergency funds.
Okay, so maybe everyone keeps their own money, and if it gets robbed, boo-hoo.
No, maybe you keep a small portion of like your funds like just in case, and then like the rest goes like in the bag of holding.
You know, I'm gonna
I
say it.
could-
I don't want Hire to have my money. I'll hold on to it my damn self.
Okay. I mean,
Fuck that.
I don't have to hold the bag. I
It
just kinda
looks
wanted
good on
to.
you.
Yeah, I have it like almost like a loincloth sort of situation.
I don't want my money
Okay,
in
a
there.
loincloth?
No!
It doesn't look
Okay,
good
cut
on
that,
you
cut that,
anymore.
cut that, fine.
It wasn't good.
Okay, I'm
Which
wearing
was
it
good.
on my I'm wearing it on my chest like when people wear like backpacks on like their front. Like super nerdy.
Super nerdy. Okay, what'd you get on your perception check over there, Orpheus?
I actually haven't rolled it yet. I just did
Are you like tired or
Bad.
sick or something?
8. I'm sick and tired of your attitude, buddy.
Whoa!
Bro.
We whoa.
Woo. My perception check is 8.
Okay, you look around a bit for anyone suspicious. You see, let me think. There are a couple things you see out of the crowd that sort of stand out to you. There is a sort of thin, bespeckled gnome in a high-collared academic robe that seems to be walking in the distance, trailed by a clattering automaton that looks to be made of brass and sort of glass. The construct
Okay.
is carrying a stack of books.
Upon seeing that, I get totally distracted from what I was doing before, and I start slapping Samir's shoulder and pointing at it.
Samir notices you slapping, turns to look, and goes, "Oh, that is a fine creation. I don't
Right?
recognize
That's
that
pretty
gentleman,
cool.
though.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
me neither.
Some
What?
sort of personal servant thing.
Okay. What?
You pointed out to me. I'm enjoying looking at it.
Yeah, me too. It's cool. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, where do I have to put my gold? Where's safe? I don't know.
Somewhere close to the body, probably. Yeah, maybe like up against your, I don't know, chest or like your like lower area,
Alright.
you know?
I
lot
just
of
put it
people
in my purse and I station Lettermore on top of the like opening of my satchel.
Okay, you've just got this big bee right up next to you.
I mean, I really think
yeah.
you guys can trust me, but whatever.
It's not that I think you would steal from me higher. It's that I think someone would steal you from me with all my gold.
Oh god, someone instead of just taking the bag of holding, they can just pick me up and take off.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez, I didn't even fucking think of that. I was just thinking, no offense, Hire. It's just, if somebody is gonna lose my money, I would prefer it would be me, because if you did, I'd get real fucking pissy.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's okay, Malagus. We know you're loaded.
Oh, I'm not loaded. I'm glad we're
He's
teaching...
only one kind of loaded.
Like the gun?
No, like
Like the
when
thing
you
you
Dice?
smoke
Like
a lot
dice?
of weed and then you're loaded.
Like dice?
Oh, that's like dice.
I've never heard that. Maybe I'm in the wrong communities.
Orpheus, I don't know if anyone got it.
No worries. No, our British audience will get it. The slang's more common there.
The only other thing you notice with an 8 Orpheus looking out into the town here, you do notice that there is a... the only other thing that sort of stands out to you is something a bit unusual. You see there is a very small, young tiefling child in sort of an oversized courier's tunic that's weaving through the crowd very quickly, struggling with a huge satchel. You see that they sort of push through groups of tall pedestrians and every few steps pause to consult some sort of crumpled piece of parchment before darting off in another direction.
Don't
think
adopt
that-
the child challenge.
It's so cute, though. I think
And
that
it's a
kid is
tiefling.
lost.
Oh, no, that's actually one of the couriers. Yeah, a lot of kids here, if they're strapped for cash, they'll work for the postal service. That's probably a mailman.
Oh god, they're making them work?
Can
Well,
I
mean,
can I
it's
wave
like-
the kid down?
The kid seems engrossed in their task. You would probably have to,
Okay.
run over and stop them.
Okay, there's no good reason for me to do that, so I won't. But Maisie wants to, but I won't.
Alright, so, would any of you guys like to do anything while you're sort of waiting for this guard to come back then?
Oh, I'm totally trying to stall so that the guard will come back.
What? Even higher once this? What's fucking wrong with you people? Am I crazy? Is Malagus crazy?
Malagus, right before we teleported, weren't you saying something about a prophecy or something? I couldn't really hear.
What?
Oh, yeah. Good memory there, Demos. I almost was distracted by the sort of splendor of the city, I completely forgot to bring this up.
Well, no time like the present.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to share it with you guys. I just I was really excited to share with you that Tufto was giving me a prophecy. You know that fucking crazy old wizard, but crazy.
Uh-huh.
Well, he was giving me this like, you know, he talks like fucking crazy. And he was telling me some things. He was like, "Oh, it's so good to see you, Malagith. You know, I can't wait for us to like do all these things." And you know, he brought up a bunch of things that didn't actually happen. And I thought it was crazy. But we learned that there's a sort of prophecy, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so far.
Well, he gave me a couple small ones. He was like, "Oh, you know, beware." What did he say? He was like, "Beware flickering candles."
Beware
Okay.
flickering candles.
That's a
Yeah,
good
he said,
one.
beware flickering candles.
He didn't say anything about any fingers, right?
No, nothing about fingers. He said, follow the white moth. That one didn't make any sense to me.
Follow the white moth.
Yeah, that one was real confusing. And the biggest one, which is sort of a Malaga special, this is actually the reason that I wanted to come talk to you guys, because I thought it was pretty cool, was he was like, "Yeah, Malagas, you know, I can't wait for you to be there when they host that when all the actors host that thing for you." And I was like, "What?" And he explained, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they're gonna make a play about you."
Huh.
I don't know if that's a good thing, but
Oh, that's
in my
isn't that fucking
experience-
cool?
It's,
Sorry, that
it's,
was the prophecy that he wanted to share with me. He said there's gonna make a play about me.
huh.
I
oh
thought that was
god.
pretty
Okay.
cool.
Not really as important as he made it sound like it would be.
What? That's
I mean-
so cool.
But what would happen to make that happen? Malagus would have to do something huge. We'd have to meet the actors. Oh god.
Ugh.
Oh god.
Anyway, I thought you guys would get a kick out of that. We should talk to that guy more. I actually feel like he gives us a lot of helpful shit.
Hey, so if we're so worried about money, should we just become couriers and make some on the side?
We
Well-
could.
I mean, aren't we kind of more focused on travel?
I guess that's true. That's true.
Also,
Sorry,
I don't
I'm
know.
just really intrigued by this whole courier situation.
What if the white moth is a ship?
Mm, I like that hire.
Oh, that's very clever, hire. Or it could be like the name of like a person or like a group, you know, like a skill.
That's
Maybe
true.
it's a very beautiful woman wearing sort of a gauzy type dress that the sleeves sort of go around her shoulders, you know, and then they fall like a moth's wings, and I'm meant to follow her.
Yeah,
That's-
maybe it's a
that's-
beautiful woman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's yeah. So you know, Orpheus, that sounded extremely fucking degenerate, right?
In what way?
Well, you know, let's just say there's probably going to be a part of town here somewhere that you could really go to after dark, you know, and they have all these red lights on.
I thought it was kind of beautiful.
What would that mean? Thank you, Hire. I have a poet's mind.
You're standing out on the steps of the courthouse in the academic ward. The guard that left just a moment ago, this sort of younger elven man, returns now with what looks to be his superior, a gruff, shorter human man with deep scars laid into his face and even deeper recesses of the just look to be general wear and tear on his body. He also has deep smile lines as he sort of forces a grimace as he sees you all and makes his way over. You notice that this guard seems to be more adorned than the elven man that you had previously run into. He has a hat on that the elven man did not. This seems to be sort of a constable's cap. He also bears on his chest a sort of menagerie of all sorts of medals, you know, your medals of valor, some sort of marking of authority. It just makes him look more important. But as he arrives, he sort of looks up to you all and goes, "Right then, who all are you?"
Hi, we are Dulam and the Lost and Found.
Hi!
We were
Yeah, that's
trying
great.
to get
Listen,
a friend back home.
Yeah, listen, Liam here was telling me that you all traveled here interplanally and didn't make your stop as is requested of all visitors at the proper venues. None of you made it to Down Shadow, is that right?
Deepest
I'm sorry, we
apologies,
did-
sir.
We didn't know. We've never been here.
No, that's all right. If you'd follow me, then I'll guide you there. It's a quick thing, just a one-time process for all new-time visitors. This happens more than you think. It's not really that big of a deal. But as long as you do through all the regular dots and dashes that you got to, everything should work out just fine on your visit.
I want
Sounds
to
Great.
step in front of him and salute him. Sir Orpheus, at your service, sir. Are you a knight? What's your name?
Yeah, I'm sort of a knight here. Night watch, guard.
I slap his arm,
Yeah.
like squeeze it the way you do, and go for a handshake with the other. It's great to meet you. I'm a knight myself.
You
Glad to see
slap
the
him.
city's in such leathered hands.
Of course. My name is Captain Topher. It's a pleasure.
Oh my
Captain Topher, a strong name for a strong man.
Thank you. And you're Orpheus. You also come from a line of. You look like you've worked for a city before, haven't you, friend? Whereabouts you from?
Oh, Valhalla.
Oh, that's real nice. Valhalla. Is that like a city near here?
It's a country, but pretty far away.
Oh, I see.
Crazy just leads with that.
Well, that's all well and good. Listen, I really do need you all to come with me this way, though. We can talk on the way, though, if you like. I always have a moment for a fellow god of the realm to discuss the happenings of Waterdeep if you're new visitors.
Sounds great. Thank you for guiding us.
Yeah, all right, this way. All right, Liam, back to your duties. I got this one. You guys are good just to ride with me, right?
Mhm.
All right, excellent. On we go. And at this, Vinny gives you guys all a bow and goes, "Hey, listen, I think I'm going to go back to my parents' house now, just because I sort of already got my stuff figured out. But hey, listen,
Yeah.
if you guys ever want to stop by, I'm going to be in a trade district, all right? Just down the road over there.
Yeah, can we visit you, Vinny?
Yeah, you can.
Great.
Can. But I want you to come as a group, all right? If I see
Okay.
Haya alone, I'm going to start screaming.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what you did.
Made a lot of sense at the time.
Don't
Must be
defend the
deluded.
tire.
Sorry.
Yeah, anyway, I'll catch you guys around, all right? And if you ever need any sort of introduction to the town, too, I can help you with that if you want to just come by. But seems like you sort
Thanks,
of got
bud.
that handled with this guy.
Oh yeah, seems like this guy could handle a lot. Say hi to the niece for me.
Yeah, I will. That's real nice of you guys. All right, thanks for taking me here. Seriously, it means a lot that you did that.
Of course.
I'll maybe take the night off tonight from doing my studies of the 7th one. Yeah?
Sounds good.
Yeah, all right. Sort of scratches at his head and turns off and walks. So just for the sake of brevity, I won't have you guys wait around the whole 2 hours it takes, but it really does take about 2 hours to get out to the what you've been told is the Down Shadow. This seems to be sort of like a building about a mile and a half or so outside of town, which isn't that far. It just takes a long time to navigate through the city of Waterdeep proper. All the twisting and turning alleys and roads just to make it to the edge of town takes quite a while. This captain of the guard who you run into introduces himself to you guys as Topher. And he also acquires for you guys a cart pretty soon after, a sort of carriage. He joins you in the bed of the carriage, sort of just guiding you all through. So it's a slow movement, but you guys don't have to be on your feet the whole time. As he sort of guides you for a bit in silence, eventually making your way to a guard shack, some sort of building that looks like it's for guards. He reins in one of the carriages right out front, and all of you guys step into the back. At this point, he sort of stretches out, and during your pretty long ride through Waterdeep into the outskirts, he sort of makes idle chit-chat with you guys. So this is basically where he would be answering questions. It's always nice to get outsiders. Yeah?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you should know I'm way faster than those horses.
Listen, I'm sure you are, kid. So what brings you all to Waterdeep? They're probably going to ask you that at the Down Shadows, but I'm curious myself.
I mean, we were all involved in, or a lot of us were, I guess, involved in like a sort of accident that brought us together from a whole bunch of planes. We were looking to return everyone, and
Well,
this is our
we
first
just-
return.
Yeah.
That's great. We just dropped one of those fuckers off. Hasta luego, Vinny. Never going to see that shithead again, right, guys?
Right? Well, I mean, we might see him again, but, we're leaving him here.
This one's next. And I want to tap Father Luches.
Father Lucis seems pretty content, if not quiet, so far. I smell the ocean. Yes, we're going to get rid of that one as soon as we fucking can.
I look at the guard and say, I hate that thing.
Topher, sighs. You see him pull off his guard's cap and scrub his almost bald head underneath sand a couple times. Puts the cap back on. Looks like you're not a group of people who really like each other a bunch, huh?
Oh no, we love each other, just not that one.
It's fine.
I
a lot
like
of
everyone.
adventurers have squabbles, you know? It's fine to have squabbles. And I'm glad that you like everyone. Hey, listen, are you a monster or something? Not to be rude, but I really haven't seen one that looks like you're walking around here.
Me?
Yeah, you. Kobold.
Oh, dang, that kind of sucks to hear. I thought we were getting along. No, I just kind of look like this. I'm not really sure where I'm from either.
Or is it like transfiguration when you like a human once?
Nope, just this. I mean, I
Alright.
was like slightly like paler blue when I was little, but other than that,
Fine enough. Listen, back when you can imagine, when I was a private, back in the early days of my godship, I spent a lot of time slaying gobbies. So now that gobbies are allowed to walk the streets, it's sort of confusing for me. But, you could forgive an old man.
You're not that old.
wow. I'm not personally a goblin. I'm a kobold, but I'm glad to hear that you're also not slaying the goblins. That's good.
Yeah, I haven't laid a finger on a goblin in quite a number of years. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is, buddy. Give him a good clap on the shoulder.
Hey, don't touch me.
Oh, sorry.
Well, anyway, go ahead and stretch out. It's going to be a bit of a long ride. Now's a good time for you guys to, want to get to know the city at all. I mean, I can tell you what there is to know. It's sort of nice getting visitors in the center of town, You guys seem like a right lawful bunch, too. A lot of people would have up and run if Liam had left him on the steps there with nothing but a verbal warning.
Not us.
That's nice, that. I appreciate that. Well, anyway, that's why I'm asking why you're here. If you give me a little more info about your meeting being here, I could give you some tips, maybe places to go. You group of adventurers, there's some stuff to do around here, I'm sure.
We're mostly
Yeah.
looking for information.
Well, ask away. I'm here. It's going to be a while, and I'd rather talk than just sit in silence.
We're searching for someone named Dr. Him, and we're also looking for any experts on plane or travel.
Dr. Him. No, that doesn't really ring a bell to me, though. I'm not really an academic type, so I really wouldn't know much about that. I was sort of hoping you'd ask more, like, touristy questions.
Do you know what ships come in here?
Yeah, all sorts of ships. The dockside is a great, very popular place.
Like, from what places do they come from?
All over.
You know.
To be honest with you, there are even some that come interplanally, the way you guys do. A lot of people, well, not a lot, but there's sort of a popular trend right now where spacefaring races will have some sort of ship that can travel between oceans of distant planes, and so they sort of appear on the outskirts.
That's fucking crazy. Wow. That's awesome.
Do people ever sell, like, the travel itself of going from one plane to another?
Yeah, it's known to happen, though it's quite a luxury, and oftentimes it's more of a favor between wealthy friends than it is a service to be bought and sold. There's not really like a shop for it. You sort of have to know the right people. But that there's Deepwater Harbor. Really, you've got anything you want out there. The district itself is a pretty nice district. I will warn you, though, right now, it's best to sort of steer clear of that area after dark. Mind your purses. Not everyone here is as honest as they ought to be. But if you're looking for some genuine Luskan ale or some fine Baldurian ale, there's no better place than the dock ward.
Are there inns in the dock ward?
Oh yeah, there's inns everywhere. Anyway, I mean, you fucking throw a stone in this city and you'll find a tavern or an inn. It's sort of the up-and-coming thing. Everyone's making their own inn.
Do you have a favorite inn?
Well, I mean, I own property here, so I haven't spent my time in an inn in a long time, but let me think. Over by the dock ward, if you're looking for something nice, there's the Crown and Heron. Very nice place. That's sort of more expensive. If you're looking for, modesty, but also some luxury. If you're looking for something a little bit more affordable, there's the Broken Lance. It's a fine place. There's an inn that's sort of built on top of a gambling house called the High Flagon Gambling House. It's a fine place. If you guys are not really looking to spend a lot, there's a former watch post, actually, where a lot of us guards used to live that is turned into a tavern now.
What's it called?
It's called the Wyvern's Rest. It's sort of, the hallmark is this big stuffed wyvern that they strung up over the bar.
I don't think we look kindly upon that in this group. I look at Deimos.
Like a real wyvern.
I'm not sure. It could have been a fake that they made realistic, or some adventurers laid it. I mean, a lot of adventurers come through town, so
Maybe we could meet people like us.
maybe one of them sold it. I'm not sure. You
Hmm.
know? I mean, wyverns aren't that dangerous out here. Some of them are kind of small.
See?
How much are you guys looking to spend on an inn? Because, there's a couple of crappier ones I can mention, or there's really nice ones, too.
I think we need nice.
Yeah? Well, I mean, honestly, if you're going for really nice, the nicest tavern, and really, it's more of like the plushiest inn in Waterdeep is by far the Flaming Boar.
The flaming what?
Boar, like the animal.
Boar. Hmm.
Yeah, it's a nice place. Everyone who goes there says it's the most pampered experience you could have. I mean, the extravagance is through the roof.
And the boar, how loud is it?
I suppose it's pretty busy in the evening times, but really it's whether or not in terms of the rooms, it's quite quiet. The walls are very thick. Each room is kept especially quiet from one to the next, but the sort of feast hall itself, where the drinking happens, that's a loud area. Why do you ask? You'd like quiet?
I just thought squealing might be even worse than, like anything else.
There's no actual boar there.
Oh! Oh, all right.
Yeah,
That's just
sorry,
the name of their
we stayed in
signature
a really
dish.
fucked up place.
Mhm.
Oh,
Huh. All right. No,
I've
yeah,
never
that's
had-
just the. Yeah, you ever had a boar? It's their signature dish. It's actually quite good. I had one once when I was promoted to captain. The superiors paid for it. It's real expensive.
I guess, gang, we should think about what's the most important place here. Like, where are we going to be spending most of our time? We want to be close to there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said you're adventurers, right?
Yes.
Well, then, if I may, and you're still new here, so forgive me if I'm just telling you information you already know, but I highly recommend spending some time in the Undermountain if you're adventurers. The Undermountain is the old mithril mining, sort of dwarven mine, and it's a dungeon found at the base of Mount Waterdeep, just over there. And he points out the little window of the carriage, and you see Mount Waterdeep in the distance.
Huh.
It's huge. I mean, the halls of the Undermountain, located right over there, are probably the most popular target for adventurers along the whole Swords Coast.
What do you
And
mean,
who are
like target as in like people show up to go like attack the people down there?
There's no people down there. There's a lot of monsters, though. Some say it's the biggest dungeon in the world, but I'm not sure if that's testable.
Interesting.
It's nice, though. They're particularly popular because obviously they're so close to the city's taverns, and there's all sorts of temples right there where you could purchase aid or like heal in.
Hmm.
Can I ask what like the laws are in this place? The place we came from kind of had some like crazy or very laws. So we'd love are there
Yeah,
any
of
like crazy
course,
ones here? Like gambling's legal apparently.
Yeah,
Is stealing
gambling-
legal?
Legal. No, stealing is illegal. Thieves are considered pretty bad here. Pretty bad. Actually, just a fun piece of history for you. There was an official thieves guild several hundred years ago in town, but it was dismantled by the Lord Council. You see, now the government here is ruled by lords. There's sort of a group of them. You guys really know nothing about the system of government here?
Most of us aren't from this plane.
Well, the way it works is basically there's a group of about, from any given time, it's between 12 and 20 people, where there's the masked lords, the ones that sort of live in secret, and then the one open lord, who's sort of like the president of this place. That's the one everyone knows about. But the gist of it is the open lord and the rest of the masked lords make all the decisions together as a big group, sort of like a little secret society. The reason the Thieves Guild can't exist anymore is because all those lords that are governing in anonymity, you can't really trust anyone anymore. Because, you don't know who walking down the street might be actually a secret master lord,
Mhm.
It's sort of a popular thing, some people claim to spot masked lords wandering around town. It's sort of like a status symbol, they're all celebrity.
Well, there's a lot of stealing. It's not possible that the Thieves Guild would still be around.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Most of the times, Thieves Guild are sponsored by wealthy individuals, and there's sort of like a 1 in 10 chance every wealthy individual in this town could be a masked lord.
A
That
one in.
gets you in a world of it.
Oh God.
The current open lord, whose identity is public, is a younger man whose name is Clay de Clare.
Clade Claire?
That one really doesn't work with this accent, does it?
Clade Claire?
Clay de Clare.
Oh.
Clade Claire. Oh, Clay de Claire.
Clay de Clay. He's this young, sort of fabulously wealthy noble who took the lordship quite by storm with an extremely well-funded campaign. It was also revealed that he was one of the masked lords until he was elected.
Wow.
Elected?
Wait, so you run for elections to be the one public lord?
Yeah, that's right.
And it's like combat, jousting. What is that?
Sort of votes, each individual sovereign citizen gets one vote, and it's a position you have until you die.
That is hilarious, Mr. Dover. Thank you.
True, what do you
for
mean?
that.
I mean, I say die or go missing. The old open lord disappeared sort of mysteriously.
Sounds like a coup. Great.
Yeah, I liked her a lot. This is this old lady. She was a real fucking hoot.
I'm sorry to
I
hear.
mean, what do you expect from a system where everyone gets to participate in the decision making?
Okay.
The leader should make the choices, including that they're the leader.
Screw you, Orpheus. I want you to know Ethera had lots of elected positions, and
You elected people?
it worked great.
It
Sure
worked.
did.
Worked.
All right.
Past tense.
All right.
Sorry, that was harsh.
My
That was harsh.
civilization-
I'm just saying, Valhalla grows by the day.
Guys, get my back on
Oh.
this. Can you believe what Orpheus just said? Oh my god.
Not really. I don't care, though.
Yes, elections are not very efficient.
Oh my god.
There, exactly.
It's better to
The,
inherit the power.
Well, I
Um,
think the one who's in power should just stay in power forever.
Yes.
But I understand that that's not applicable to here.
I feel like we wouldn't even be here if we didn't try to seek power in some way or another. Isn't
No,
that
I
what
think
it-
everyone should try to get as much power as they. Well, they should respect. Everyone should be the best they can, and the one who is the best at being the best should be in charge, and everyone will recognize that.
just like inherently.
Or by force.
The old captain scrubs his head again, taking off his hat and sighs and goes, I thought we were getting along there, buddy. I thought you were a member of the Guards Force, but clearly you've got some different ideas than myself.
Oh no, I really like
Thank
you. I just think your system of government is very different from the one I'm
I
from.
get it. It's very novel, Most places
yeah.
still have an oligarchy or some sort of, monarchy. And I
Monarchy,
understand.
yes.
Yeah, monarchy, it's got its merits, I used to
Oh,
live in
yeah.
a town with the monarchy before Waterdeep, and that was
What
nice,
town?
but, I see the merit of this. Oh, it's this place called Daggerford, just down the road.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Nice place. Anyway, I really do think this system works well, though, because despite, I agree with you, you're like, oh, maybe this open lord doesn't actually have that much power if anyone can vote
Mhm.
for him, but the way I've
Mhm.
gotten around to thinking about it is that's really only one of, the 20 votes that actually get to make any decisions, because all those masked lords, the wealthy nobles, those are the ones who are actually having the majority of the vote. It's just the open
And-
lord is the one that you seek,
How come you need 20 lords to make the decisions that one queen would be able to?
It's a big fucking town. I mean, the lords in the
That's
north
true.
know very little of what's going on in the south.
Hmm.
I mean, not everyone has the might and will of Queen Ridice and Ether. So
Hmm. That's a
maybe
good
you
point.
need a team for it.
Yeah, without Ridice, it'd be harder. So I suppose you just haven't found your Ridice yet.
Yeah, I mean, I really think I don't know who this Ridice is, but the old open lord, this
Oh, she's
older lady.
amazing.
This woman I missed that I was telling you about, her name is Lorelei. She was an excellent open lord. I'm sad that she disappeared.
Yeah,
Hey,
I kind
wait.
of feel scared for you here, buddy.
Oh, I mean, I'll be fine, I sort of assumed it was some sort of political assassination, or maybe she went off and retired into the country, because, as I mentioned before, you have this position till you die, so there's no way to get rid of it.
Yeah, so sounds like she's dead.
Oh, right.
Guys, what
Well,
was the name of the ghost who maintained that one? What was the name of the nice pub? Liquid Velvet, right? The ghost.
Floorline?
Oh,
That was the owner.
Floraline, not Lorelei. Okay. I was like, whoa.
Whoa.
Sorry for distracting.
You're good. Anyway, what else can I tell you about this great city of ours? You've probably seen some of us guards around. Sometimes they, sort of second to the open lords and the masked lords are the lawmasters of town. They wear black robes. You'll recognize them on the street. Be wary of them. Don't get on the bad side. Really, in this town, just bumping into a lawmaster on the street is oftentimes enough to get you arrested.
All right.
So what do you mean by lawmaster? They
master
carry
of the law.
weapons?
Like a judge.
But they carry weapons?
No, but every every lawmaster is always flanked by at least 6 city guards. They're sort of like nobility.
Okay.
Also, if you ever find yourself in the eyes of the court, those convicted could request trial by the Lord, and that is where you do combat with some of the Master Lord's champions. But of course, the punishment is severe if you fail.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, I thought you liked that there.
Oh yeah,
Nice for a face.
sir.
Sir, yeah, right. Sorry, I'm only allowed to call Clay Sir right now. The Lord.
Okay. No worries then. I see.
What?
Yeah, I'm sure you get it. What else? There's the Royal Palace of the Lords. You might have seen it. It's visible from most parts of Waterdeep. It's that one with the big bell tower in it. What else? If you guys are God-fearing, there's a temple ward right by the base of the mountain. Like I was telling you, where all the adventurers go, they cleverly built the temple ward right next to it, so everybody who's hurt from them adventuring can go to the temples and get themselves healed.
What god do people pray to here?
Oh, the largest temples are dedicated to Ogma, Tyr, Tempest, Selûne, Mistra, of course, Sylvanas, Lathander, the classics. There's even a temple over there called Plinth that's just welcome to all religious denominations, even if you got a small one.
Whoa. That's pretty sick.
Honestly, I wish I could tell you more. I will say, one thing I should note for you guys is it's best to steer clear of the southern ward right now, just because the City of Splendors sometimes has its shadows. There's a citywide curfew in that area after a breakout from the prison, the Terminus Institute.
Who broke out?
It was this maximum security prison that held only the most dangerous monsters of Waterdeep. It's underground, several 100 feet underground. It's said to be impenetrable, but some jackass broke out. It was, when he went in, I'm sure you've heard of him. If you're from anywhere near here, you've heard of...
We're not from anywhere near here.
You guys aren't near here?
No.
Well, it was this guy named Berg the Menace.
Go.
He was a real nasty bastard. But what's weird is that my god buddies over there, and this is sort of on the down low, so make sure not to share this with too many people, but my god buddies over there told me that when he was breaking out, he was shouting on some fucking nonsense that his name was Abel.
I would like to speak to my friends later. Look at you all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what else? We're actually setting up, the whole town's in a bit of a tizzy right now. We're planning and setting up for our Founders Day coming up in a few months. This is our 20th Generations Day. It's a highly anticipated festival.
Sounds fun. 20th Generations Day?
Yeah, it's the 20th generation of Waterdeep.
Ah.
It's a fun thing. I mean, it's still a long ways off. I think it's about half a year from here. But, the artisans are working tirelessly to set up all sorts of things. A lot of inventors want to, they show off their grandest creations there. There's practice parades in the castle ward. And, of course, all the city officials are overworked, juggling all the logistics of hosting probably the biggest celebration in decades.
Wow.
What do you mean by, like creations?
Like new statues, for example. Sculptors unveiling works honoring former open lords or heroes who protected Waterdeep over the years. Supposedly there are a few interactive magical sculptures that are in the works, where you sort of can, talk to people from history and they answer a few simple questions.
Oh, it's an arts festival that celebrates heroes?
No. It celebrates heroes, yeah, but it's not just arts, too. We also show off our military might and some of our greatest... for example, we march through all the most beautiful streets of Waterdeep, so there's a lot of beauty to it as well.
Oh,
Samir Have you heard of that?
Samir, sort of quiet up till now, just shakes his head quietly and doesn't say anything.
Okay, we'll follow up with that one later.
Yeah, alright. And at this point, you guys arrive after your 2 hours of riding in the carriage now. He sort of stops to a halt and you hear the horse whinny outside. And the guard in front of you, sort of comes to attention again. And Topher says, "Oh, right here. Alright, pop out."
I pop out.
He scuttles you guys all out of the carriage and you get a better view at where you are. Now, it looks like you are about a mile or so outside of the city. You're up closer toward where Mount Waterdeep is itself. So you're sort of near the top of one of the not peaks of the mountain per se, but you're on the rise of Mount Waterdeep, so you're a bit higher off the ground than you were before, and you get a really nice view of the city behind you. The sun is crawling down in the sky, entering a late afternoon, early evening, and you see it sort of setting right over it looks like it's going to set right over the water. The ocean stretches out for miles in every direction. It's gorgeous, and the light glinting off of it is practically spectacular. You see even more boats out in the harbor, and you see just sort of a better breadth of the city itself, and it is gigantic. This city it sprawls out in every direction. It looks to house maybe 100,000 people, if not more, which is pretty enormous for any medieval city. It looks like they sort of weren't able to expand out of the wall, so instead they've sort of been just really densifying Waterdeep itself. You see very few parks, very few greenery at all inside the town. It looks to all be stone and wood structures, dense through and through. Behind you is a small checkpoint. This looks no different than sort of like a train station. You see a little depot and a lot of individuals in line outside at some sort of booth. There also seem to be more people walking from a road down the way. Captain Topher points out and goes, "Oh, this is the high road, just so you guys know. This is sort of the trade route to the north. We call it the high road because it stretches over the top of this little ridge on the mount. So it's sort of high up, you get it?"
Oh, yeah.
So, listen, if you guys are ever finding your way here after a long period of time and you're teleporting in, this is the place you want to be. Just because you sort of have to check in here on your way. But listen, don't worry about it this time, alright? We're quite lax about these things in Waterdeep, we like it visitors, and with Generations Day coming up, it's best to have as many people here as possible just to sort of appreciate our town. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. That's very kind.
Right, so just queue up over there and, make your way back into town when you're ready. Sorry, I can't drive you back. I just, sort of
I
need
understand
the
you have a
carriage.
job, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to be on my way now, but enjoy your stay. And, hey, if you ever need more information, please stop by the academic ward again and call out to one of my guards. They'll fetch me right quick.
Wait, one more
Okay.
question.
Yeah, sure.
Do you need an appointment to visit the Cassius Academy?
An appointment, to visit any of the classes? Not really for most of them. You have to be a student to be a part of many of the classes, but if you want to just join in on one of those open lectures, you're free to join whenever you like. No appointment needed, friend.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, also, Topher, do you know, have you ever heard of a town called Lettermore?
Lettermore. You know what? They probably taught me that in the academy back when I was getting trained, but sorry, it's been a long time since I've studied local geography. I sort of know Waterdeep,
worries.
and that's that.
No worries. Thank you, Topher. I hope to run into you again.
Yeah, of course. Please be careful on your sort of journey through town. Like I was telling you, there's no thieves guild, but there are still a lot of pickpockets and sneak thieves that sort of wander through the night. I'd even be careful where you spend your night. Unlike most inns out in the country, if you find yourself a crappy enough inn here, you might find yourself at the tip of a knife in the middle of the night. Someone trying to rob you.
I thought we were
Oh.
going to go to the fancy one. Wait, how much does the fancy one cost every night? The Flaming Boar.
He looks at you sort of awkwardly and goes, sorry, sir, I'm really not sure. I do know how much their drinks cost, though.
How much?
Well, common drinks are usually about 7 copper pieces, hard liquor about 8 silvers, and you start to get into, gold pieces when we're talking wine.
Oh, very nice place.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Accommodations I'm not sure about, though. I wish I could give you more. But the drinks are divine there, and the food is remarkable. There's a head cook there that's well known in the community.
What's his name?
Well, you see, I actually don't remember, because I haven't eaten there in a long time, since I got promoted, see, and that was a long time ago, so I wish I could tell you. You see him sort of scratch his head and, do circular motions along his temples, and goes, yeah, sorry, it's out. I'm gonna head out.
All right. Bye.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah, alright, get you later. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
He walks off, and then he stops, and you see he calls over his shoulder right as he's getting in the carriage. Oh, one more thing, one more area to steer clear of. There's, this place that's just called, and I know this sounds sort of creepy if you're out, but there's a place called the City of the Dead in Waterdeep. It sounds scary, but it's really just where we keep our dead. Yeah, it's a graveyard.
Oh,
Why steer clear?
I don't want there to be any sort of panic, but there's this illness that's been spreaded among the caretakers of the graveyard.
Wow.
And he sort of gestures now to Oro to get a little closer. Come here for a sec.
I'll get closer.
Listen, God,
Ew.
I don't want anyone to start a panic, but there are also rumors of undead lurking in the city of the dead.
What types of undead?
Like the ones that crawl out of
Ghosts.
graves.
Oh, like zombies.
Sure.
So you
yeah.
don't like that here? People rising. Well, like.
No, that's unnatural, that.
Okay, I've just heard about places on the material plane where they act like it's normal.
Sorry, friend. You might maybe come from somewhere far
No
away
need to
from here, but
apologize. No need to apologize. I think it's highly unnatural. I'm not a fan.
good. Yeah,
Let's
very
practice.
unnatural.
And I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's not indulged here. Honestly.
Yeah, right. Alright, good. Alright then, I'll have your way then. Enjoy your stay. I'll see you guys around. He nods to you all and gets back in the carriage, and the driver sets off.
Bye,
You
Topher.
guys. Bye, Topher. You guys.
That was a lot to
Other-
process.
My other
Wait, what?
friend, my friend. Well, yeah, my only friend, besides you all, of course. My only friend before 3 weeks ago. The one Bisk said was coming to the material plane to look for me is named Abel. So
That's good news, right? Then we can look for them.
is. Yeah, no, it's great news. It's too bad that he's breaking out of jail.
Sounds like he picked maybe
that's
the
why it
wrong
took him
body.
so long. Yeah,
That must fucking suck to get a body in jail. Fuck that.
yeah, that does suck.
Yeah,
Well, he
just a
broke
real
out, so
bad
that's
roll.
something.
Did he say how long ago he broke out?
The guard guy didn't mention it, but I assume it must have been recent if they just shut down the whole area for curfew.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that has to be true. Yeah,
But,
so this
okay,
place
anyways,
is like
that's just
evil,
something.
right?
Which place? Waterdeep?
Yeah, Waterdeep.
I didn't get. Did you get? I didn't get that vibe.
Oh, I really got that vibe. It just
I mean,
You
maybe.
know. seems like a lot of areas to avoid.
I guess I just assumed it was a dangerous city.
I don't, the whole like private lord thing and the assassination.
Yeah, that is weird. I don't like assassins.
Sort of seems standard issue for towns, right? I feel like every town probably has a dark side, and for a place this fucking big, it's sort of surprising to me that it's still holding together under one ruler, you know?
Oh God, every place is like this.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to Hellhire.
I want to go back home, but I can't. Sorry.
We're gonna
Cool.
get you back soon. Okay, let's go get some papers, pay some fees.
Are we lying about how much money we have?
I think we should tell the truth, Samir speaks up. I'm happy to front, as I said before, and I believe we should share all the required amounts with the individual. Pardon my silence on the road. I just had a realization of something that I haven't asked you all that I've been meaning to for a while. And this is as you guys are sort of queuing up in the line here. There's just like a pretty long line of individuals who just look like all sorts of people. There are people dressed in fine robes and people in tattered robes also that are just queued up in this little line. You don't really see anything that's stopping them from just sort of running to Waterdeep, but this sort of seems like a checkpoint, and then there's about a mile of nothingness as they run to the gate, if someone were to just make a break for it. But there's no, like, you don't see a huge wall or any guards, like, in the road here. In fact, you even notice a couple carriages that seem to rumble by from further down the road out in the wilds, seem to go by without even checking in at this checkpoint. They sort of just wave a hand and continue forward. You imagine they probably already have documents. Like I was saying, excuse me, Samir is talking. Well, like I was saying, I worry about the current location of the architect. You recall the small stone? You all still have it, right? Where are you keeping it?
I point at my satchel.
Samir gives you sort of a grim look and goes, "Oh, Dulum, that is very dangerous. I suppose we never actually discussed it, but I know much about this stone, and I worry that you all might be in danger keeping it so close to yourselves."
Is it the dogs?
I mean, where else could we put it?
The stone, it expands interior spaces near exponentially, and it works with what it has. For example, in this cloth bag, I imagine it is created in there, lots of cloth things that it is attempting to replicate from real life. But the problem is, as you place other things in there, it can work with that as well. For example, any living matter that enters that bag will be used by the stone to create living matter. None of you have been inside of it, have you? Like, no humanoid has been in there?
I think
couple
all
times.
of us have.
Samir sort of looks, his eyes go wide in a almost feigned surprise as you notice his eyes immediately return to normal. See, Dulam, that is dangerous. The stone now has humans to work with. It takes a while for it to create them using whatever strange form of magic it has, but it is able to sort of intuit how things are made slowly and reproduce them until they can stand on their own two legs. If humans have been in there, then it will eventually make them, and they will live in there, and they will eventually try to leave. That is, you said you encountered dogs in there before? That means it's already made much progress.
Yeah, they seemed pretty close.
I shudder
Yeah.
to imagine what it would be like if one night you felt scurry into the bag a hand made of burlap. That would be frightening.
I
Today.
I just want to say something, and this doesn't just mean anything, but I feel like that stone could save my entire plane.
How so?
Could it not?
What do you mean, higher?
I mean, Ether said all that was left of, anything was a very small, like almost cube room I was in. But with that stone, couldn't it expand and get back to what it was?
Oh, make it bigger. That's clever, higher.
I mean, I'm not suggesting anything.
I'm
that's a
all for
powerful
you
item.
having it if it will help. I feel no ownership over that thing.
Listen, higher. I believe that is a fine enough idea. The problem is bringing it to your plane. You would have to go there yourself. Dying with it wouldn't bring it with you, as it sounds like you've been there before. But I suppose it could work. Either way, we should really pull it out of that bag. Unless it is important to you somehow, Dulam, to create life in there. But back when I was in charge of it, we just kept it outside. You tie a small string around it or rope and just use it as like a charm on the outside of your pack. Therefore, it is not in the container, so it is not working.
Who's we?
Me and Iceland.
Yeah, whatever. Go ahead, make a necklace out of it.
You asked.
I kind of think we want to keep that item under security.
Well, but no one knows what it is. In fact, it doesn't even show up on Detect Magic. I believe its power is beyond what the normal people can be able to detect. I actually think hiding it in plain sight would be clever, no?
It sounds clever. It does sound clever. If you put it, say, on a necklace and then tucked it into your shirt, would it make your shirt infinitely big, or does that not count as inside something?
No, it is enclosed spaces. This does bring me to
Okay.
my next point, which is the most possible dangerous thing you could do with this stone. Whatever you do not eat it.
Yeah.
Do not eat it. There was a time that was not so distant where the Lady of Pain would use that as a punishment of people.
Oh.
That was one of
What
her
would
more
happen to
creative
them?
ones.
Wow.
I shuddered even recollect it for you. I'm sorry, Orpheus.
It's alright. Sorry.
Just don't swallow it. We should keep it out. It would be best to not create life in your bag, dude. These are my thoughts.
I like that idea. It will take a while, though, to find it again.
But that's okay. We don't have to do it now. I just want to put the idea out there, perhaps on the back burner, as if we ever find ourselves with some free time, we can go on an expedition there to pull it out.
That sounds great.
Of course. I'm glad we got to talk about it. I was worried there that you guys had done something else with it, like eaten it, when we were in the carriage, and then I got very fearful that one of you would die horribly.
You thought we were
How
going
long
to
does
eat
it
a
take?
stone?
Well, even swallowing it for an hour would expand the inside of yourself by roughly 4 times. This also expands the size of whatever it can find in there to sort of intuit and make more of, which includes a lot of very teeny tiny bacteria that it, of course, makes significantly bigger.
But my insides are also bigger to hold them.
So we have kids of us in there?
Think how huge
more
my
like-
white blood cells are.
More like tiny bugs that then can become large bugs that begin to eat you from the inside out.
But couldn't my
That are
huge,
my
strong
kids.
white blood cells fight them off?
I don't know what white blood cells are, Orpheus.
Well, we can't all be as intelligent as I am.
Right. Thank you for discussing this. You see Samir gets visibly a little bit more comfortable now and sort of settles into this line you guys are in. As you guys are talking, in front of you in line, just right in front of you, a man turns around. Oh, excuse me there. I don't mean to barge in, but did I hear you guys talking about Aether?
Maybe. What are your thoughts on Ether?
You look in front of you, Hire, and see that the man standing in front of you was a broad-shouldered dragonborn.
Oh, yes,
who wears
then.
a robe, what looks like a robe of all white, which normally those of some sort of religious faith would wear. It's made of silk. His horns are adorned with golden chains, and a sort of scent of almost exotic spice clings to him. He is a gold dragonborn. Well, I don't mean to impose, it's just, oh, is that another of my kin? Hello there, friend. And he looks right at Demos.
Oh, sorry, friend. You could consider us, distantly related species-wise, but
That's
no.
quite all right, my kin. It's always nice to know that there are friends in the cities that I'm going to. You see, I'm a traveler, a sort of traveling healer. I arrived here, actually, when I heard word of the great swath of refugees that recently arrived to Waterdeep who needed a helping hand from some religious type.
Oh, there's a lot of refugees coming to Waterdeep?
Yeah, well, I don't normally take house calls like this, but I heard the coin was quite great. There were these sort of travelers, refugees that arrived to Plinth, the great central temple that allows all denominations, and they were looking to give out quite a great amount of coin to those who could help them contact their god. Anyway, the name I heard was Aether, like you were saying. Are you here for the same purpose, perhaps?
Oh my, they're okay. My goddess said that she was gonna send people to me. This is it. They're here.
We found him. You found him. Good work, Hire.
My God, there are multiple of them.
I'm sorry. This is just what I've heard from the small networks that I speak through, religious types. I don't really know much more information. You say this is your god as well? Well, shoot, you have a leg up on me. I was just gonna pray to whatever would listen.
So you were able to speak to her?
Speak to who now?
Ether? That's what you were hired to do, right?
Yeah, well, I was mostly gonna speak to Ilmater, my own god, and see if Ilmater could perhaps give them some feelings of calmness, When people are particularly afraid and in a new place, they are often very receptive to new religious ideas.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad you're making them feel calmer.
Of course. And it sounds like I maybe got off on the wrong foot here. If you are, in fact, someone who worships their same god, then you and I might be partners on this. Help them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I can help.
Well, perhaps we could split the profits then. How's that sound?
Really? You would do that? That sounds
50-50.
good.
Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, let's do it. We could sure use the gold.
Yeah. But are you really okay with taking gold from your own people as refugees?
Oh well. Yeah, you're right. I guess we need to meet him first, especially depending on who it is, I guess. But I mean, either way, I can help them try to speak to Ether. If not through me, if I can. Either way, I could always just take my 50% of it and give it back to them.
That's true, yeah.
Or is that weird?
Just saying, Hire, I feel like you could do what this guy was doing all on your own. And then you wouldn't have to take any of their money.
I don't want to rob this guy of a job.
But his job was exploiting your people.
I mean,
I don't know. If that's not how you see it, that's...
I don't know. It feels like they're paying for a service, and a service is being provided. But you're right. I just hadn't thought of it that way. I think we should meet them either way.
Oh, for sure. We should go there. Yeah, for sure.
Just as you finish saying this, you notice the priest is next in line at the sort of little checkpoint here, and he sort of bows a little bit toward you guys and goes, well, looks like I'm next up. I'm going to go ahead and head myself in, but I'll meet you at the plinth. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Reverend Bennett.
It's nice to meet you, Reverend. It's
Cool.
higher.
Higher. No title, just higher.
Valea. My last name, Higher Valea, but...
Sure, right. Just, curious if we were on the same level or not. Apparently not.
I've just gotten here. Just give me some time, buddy.
Oh, of course. I don't mean to impose. Now, please, come by to Plinth and we'll figure this all out. I can't wait to work it out with you. He nods and goes into the little booth, checks in for a few minutes, and after that, you guys are called up next.
Woohoo!
Jesus, you fucking guys. Is that 2 for 2 on priests that are actually assholes? I feel like that's our second one.
Yeah, I don't know.
At the end there, I almost wanted to say yes to talking to him, just to keep an eye on him.
That's not a bad idea.
Sort of a fucking pattern, huh? These assholes.
Yeah. I guess I'm not religious, right? Because I went to Valhalla, so,
Well,
fuck
don't you
them.
worship Riddicy, sort of in a weird religious way?
No, it's not a religion. She's just a wonderful woman.
You're supposed to do it in a
It really
freaky
feels
way.
religious to me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this great pop song. Take me to-
What's the pop song?
It's by this guy Hosier.
Oh, is that the one that goes, "Take me to church"? This little booth operator goes, "Next, please." You guys all approach, and you find a extremely, slouched, tired-looking, not at all authoritative halfling sat at a booth behind a large pane of brilliantly clear glass. There is a small hole beneath the glass where it looks like you can pass things back and forth, and the halfling has a small stone in front of their face that looks to be sort of enunciating their words more clearly to you on the other side of the glass. They sort of speak into it as one might speak into a speaking stone.
Well,
Translator.
Yes, hi.
nice.
Welcome to Waterdeep. This is, you guys find yourself right on the edge of our beautiful town, our wonderful town. This is Down Shadow, the largest planar port in all of Faerun. What can I do you for?
Just papers. We just need to get the papers and to pay the money for we came in from other planes.
Right, yeah, alright. And the gentleman behind scratches at a still growing in mustache that he seems to have coming in. And turns around and picks up a couple things from behind him. The area inside this looks to be a mess of papers. It almost looks like a postal office with how many piles and stacks of parchments and inks are all over the place. There seem to be delivery forms and to-be-ordered forms and all sorts of things back there. There seem to be a whole clerkship that's happening in the back of this building. It's a pretty large building, again, inside of sort of like a train depot. So there's enough people back there to staff this place up well with about a dozen people. But there really seems to be only this one front-facing interaction with clients, with the customers, as you guys are. And travelers seem to only interact here. Nevertheless, though, the halfling continues and goes, all right, yeah, could I just get everyone's name, please? And if you would mind sharing your age and your, anything to declare, any, foreign plants that you're bringing in or any foreign automatons that you're bringing in. Gotta get them looked at. The figure barely glances to you guys, seems to mostly have his head down.
Sir Orpheus, Millennia/Eternity, and no.
The figure jots it all down on a piece of parchment in front of him that you can't quite see. It's just out of reach of the glass at the table below. Right, alright, I guess let's just keep it going. And do you guys all want to identify yourselves?
I'm digging through my notes for my age.
Hire, you,
That's so fucked up. Okay, great. I do exactly what I'm doing in real life, and I'm like, oh god, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
You go to write it down, it's not coming to you at all. You have no idea how old you are. In fact, it sort of scares you for a minute, because of course you should always know that, and you're not sure why.
God. Yeah, I'm sure his sense of time feels very bad. Especially
I just
being
need a
distorted
name,
between
darling.
planes.
Just a name and an age. If you just give me any number, darling.
Tyre Valea. I don't know how old I am. I'm an adult, right?
You look it. I think
feel-
old. I think
You feel
old.
good about that.
All right,
Old,
we're gonna say 40 years old for you. How's that sound?
Oh,
40? Yeah, I'm writing that down.
Okay. I hope I'm not 40.
I think you still might be the youngest in the party if you're 40.
What about... I thought Deimos was my age, or what I thought was my age.
Oh, Deimos, how old are you? Here, yeah, you go next, Deimos.
Yeah, you go, Deimos.
Deimos, 28.
Oh,
I'm so young.
Nothing to declare.
Besides these looks, I don't think so.
They are stunning.
Wait, which one of us is gonna claim Doolum?
Why would we do that?
I do they see automatons as like their own person here? I don't.
Some people are a bit backwards when it comes to that, sorry. This is Doolum. It is with me.
Hello.
The halfling sort of looks over the glass at you. Doolum goes, alright, yeah, there's just an extra fee for automatons. Now, you wouldn't by any chance be a murder bot, are ya?
No, I'm a social bot.
Alright, have you killed anyone in your time as a robot?
Anyone? Like any creature?
Like any humanoid, an intelligent creature?
I'm trying to think, have I?
There's no way you haven't.
Deimos, why the fuck did you tell them?
I mean, it's pretty obvious Doolum is an automaton.
Yeah.
You can sort of see it on him. It was sort of all over his face. Doolum, wasn't there that one time where you didn't kill anyone in the bar when Father Luces attacked?
Isaac doesn't remember.
You have certainly killed people, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I feel certain it's happened at some point or another.
I feel extremely certain.
Well, with Doolum, you can say whatever you want.
I just genuinely don't remember. I shot people.
Fans, get in the comments. Go check our footage.
Fact check us, embarrass us.
Embarrassing. Listen, little one, if you can't remember, then that probably means you didn't do it, because that's the sort of thing that haunts you forever.
Yup.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, it's quite haunting, you know? Most murderers usually give themselves up because they can't live with the guilt.
Oh. Then why does hurting people not haunt you?
I mean, that's supposed to haunt you too. That's just the book I'm reading right now is teaching me all about it.
What book?
Yeah, what book are you reading?
It's just, you guys ever been to a library? There's a really nice one in the academic district that I like getting all my books from.
Oh, whatever.
What's the title of the book you're reading, though?
Well, right now I've got this fun book, and he reaches under the desk in front of him, which is, I imagine this is like sort of like a hidden little area, but he's like, yeah, look, it's right here. It's just called The Enemies of Perfection.
Enemies of Perfection?
Yeah, it's sort of like a fantasy book. You ever heard of those?
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Fantasy?
Yeah, it's good. It sort of tells a story of somebody that didn't
So, like
exist.
a book does, or like any person can. Whatever.
Sounds like you're not that literate.
No, I don't. It's not really something we do.
That's
That's
okay.
all right.
We can do it, though.
You come from out of town. I'll get it.
Aha.
Right, are any of you harboring ill intent for the great government of Waterdeep or the Open Lord or anyone here?
No.
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 Nope.
Alright, that's good. And the rest of you guys sort of come up and say your pitch. Malagus gives his pitch. Samir gives his as well.
How old does Samir say he is?
Hello, I'll give you. Hello, my name is Samir Arvelas. I do not harbor any ill intent for this city. I do not have anything that is illegal in these grounds. I am approximately 29 years of age.
1 year older than Deimos?
That is the time I would
He's
give.
lying.
Oh.
You can call me Malagus, that's the only name I go by. Probably like 40 is my guess.
40? Malagus. Does Malagus look 40?
Good,
No.
we're the same age.
At least I remember my birthday, shithead.
Fuck you, man.
Malagus, are you really 40?
I'm really glad you asked me that right here, Orpheus.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Point's taken.
Yeah, context clues, you know?
Right.
The board guard goes, alright, just one more thing. Could you all crowd in right here in front of the window for me? Just sort of get everyone's heads in.
I stick my head in.
Alright, and the individual sets down the stone that they seem to be talking through that increased the volume of their voice, reach down and pick up a strange little boxy apparatus with a small circle on the front that they hold up to the window here. A few seconds go by and nothing happens, and then all of a sudden a bright white flash blinds you guys all for a second, and a loud ka-thunk, thing sound occurs behind the glass.
What the hell is that?
You sort of blink out the stars that happened all of a sudden, and the figure goes, "It's pretty nice, isn't it? That's our new, sort of new from the Inventors Guild. They said they were going to show it off on Generations Day just coming up, but we get to try it out early. Yippee!"
Was
What
that
did you do to
especially
me?
bad for Deimos?
For Demos, that was especially bad. Demos, you're blinded like an extra minute longer than everyone else.
They cast blindness on me.
I get you. Right then, it's just a charge of 50 gold per person, and these are your papers, and as long as you keep on them and you keep up with the expiration dates, you don't have to return here until any of that happens. You're free to explore Waterdeep and come and go as you please.
Great,
50
thank
gold
you.
is insane. How is anyone supposed to get here?
Samir sort of puts a hand on your shoulder higher and goes, "It's alright, I got it." And he reaches forward, sets out a big chunk of gold.
Holy.
I told you guys he was rich.
Thank you kindly, and of course, as you sort of assume, there's also a 200 gold surplus for the automaton. You hear that, Dulam? You have a price. That's what you're worth. Samir nods, digs in his pocket some more, and picks out a couple more gold pieces. He's starting to count a little more delicately for this 200. But he gets it, he sighs, puts it out, and the nice man behind the counter, who again seems completely bored by whatever he's doing, sighs and shoves in some sort of crumpled papers underneath the small slit in the glass. Right then, here's your documents. These allow you stay and access to all the amenities of Waterdeep. Thanks for visiting. Come by again soon. Alright, see ya. Town's that way.
Bye.
Next! And you guys move on through. Handed to each of you guys now that I'd love for you to add to your inventory is a piece of parchment. Each of these parchments is looks like some sort of document that identifies you as a person. You notice it has, right at the top, a picture of each of you guys. It looks to be drawn on there, but you notice it looks like you were sort of caught in the middle of an expression, and you sort of see clipped around the edge of each of your faces are sort of the half face of everyone else in your party. All crammed into whatever wide shot was cut up to make these.
Did I get to wear sunglasses in my driver's license photo? Do I have my goggles on?
You have your big goggles on.
Nice.
Whoa.
You notice for your age, it says, Orpheus, yours says 21 years of age.
Where did they get that?
Also, for all of you guys who did not list the last name, one was given to you.
Oh.
Mason, thank you for double asking.
I wanted to, because, yeah, not a lot of people listed it.
What is my assigned last name?
This is
Well,
such
first I
content.
want to just go through the document itself. It's printed on pretty thick paper, so you probably it would be easy to tear it or misplace it easily. It's also pretty large. Each one's sort of an A4 style big sheet of paper. It lists your
Oh,
name.
God.
It lists your rough height and weight. It lists what you're wearing right now, which is like very vague, like brown shirt, gray pants, goggles for Orpheus. For Demos, it just says tablecloth.
Wow.
Though it seems like this was all written probably by the halfling behind the counter. Also on here is what looks like just a couple seals on the bottom. They all have a little signature and a couple notices on here. Just some simple stuff that says, please follow all the rules and regulations listed by the Waterdeep government system and make sure that you keep all of your belongings on yourself while you're in town. Sort of like simple instructions. The one parchment that is different than everyone else's is Dulam's. Dulam, you get one that looks to be, at the top it says, charge for pet.
Ow.
It also has a picture of you. It doesn't state age or weight or size or anything about what you are wearing. It just says Dulam at the top, and then sort of near the bottom it says proprietor of Samir Arbalest.
Oh my
Oh.
god. He
Now
owns
everyone's
your
familiar.
ass.
Samir sort of pats you on the back. And
I
goes, That's
am.
all right, buddy. I actually think most autonomes get treated worse than this. I'm sorry that it has to be this way. You look down, Dulam, and you notice your piece of paper is even a different color than everyone else's. Yours is sort of like a burnt red, while everyone else's like is sort of a classic yellow parchment.
Thank you. but I think the red is better.
Glad you think so. I'm sorry.
Red
that
is a
it
good
was-
color on you, Doolum.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for last names, and this is just for fun. Orpheus, you did not give a last name, thank God. So you are Orpheus Cromwell.
Nice.
Pretty good for you. Demos, you also did not give a last name, so now you are Demos Hope.
That
Nice.
is so good.
Besides that, Malagus was the only other person who did not give a last name. So now he is.
Doolum doesn't have to.
Ulam didn't know. So he is now, and he sort of takes a minute to show it to you guys. It's like, it looks fucking stupid. I don't want to share it.
Share it, show it, come on.
Fuck you.
Come on.
And his reads Malagus Truthbelly.
Ah,
Ironic.
that one sucks, buddy.
Fuck you, alright? What did you get? Cromwell? That sounds real fucking
Cromwell.
stupid.
Cromwell. Why'd they say 21? I don't look that young, do I? I thought I looked like roughly the same age as the rest of you.
Look, for hires, it says 40, idiot.
Hey, at least I didn't get the last name Hope.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Hope?
It's a great name.
Oh, you're embracing it?
You know, it could be a nice change of pace. You know, it's people think that I'm, sort of a hopeful
Alright.
kind of guy.
Noted.
He's a hopeful kind of guy. I'm sorry Doolam didn't get a last name. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah,
Alright,
Doolum, sorry they've mistreated you here.
It's
I feel
okay.
like-
I've never had a last name.
Me neither. They're not all they've cracked up to be.
well, now you have one Cromwell.
Well, but not actually.
Just legally.
Just legally. But for like this one city, you know?
Look, they didn't give one to Father Luces. This is just like a fucking name.
Huh.
Luces is your last name? I didn't fucking know
No,
that.
wait. Is
No,
this your first name or your last name?
I think the guy was probably just phoning it in, didn't really care.
For Father Luces, it says Andre Luces.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh, he has such a sexy name.
I'm glad you think so. I have never had someone feel that way before. As a holy man, I cannot feel the same sexual tension back. I'm sorry.
Orpheus would never say anything like that aloud. So
The
he was talking to me.
fanfiction community, start writing.
And also for Tick, they have given Tick simply the title of Tick, and Tick is the ward of Hire. Tick also has a red parchment.
I'm mad at myself for letting that happen.
We can certainly play it out if you want, but this keeps it easier.
Yeah, all good.
All right, back into town to the Temple District, and maybe if we could, the South. What's it called? Southborough, Southern Ward, the Southern Ward.
Wait, don't we not want to go there because that's where the prisoner is?
No, the
That's
prisoner.
exactly
might
why we
be
want to
my
go
friend.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So you
Are
guys,
you okay about that?
no, that sounds great. I'm sorry, I just got distracted. I'm really tired, and I sort of want to just lay down and then eat.
Right.
Yeah, you'll get it.
We'll find an inn too soon.
Hey, thanks. That's nice. I'd like that. Right, you guys head back into town now. I won't, roleplay your whole walk back, but it does take about 2 hours or so to make your way to the city gates. And at the gates, you guys are all stopped by the guards. They check your papers, and then they have you stand in front of what looks like some sort of like guard mage, some sort of magic user that's on watch here, who flashes some magic in front of you all, dispelling illusions. And on seeing that none of you guys have illusions, sort of nods his head, and all of you guys are allowed passage into the town.
Thanks,
sorta
man. Yeah, that was nice.
I'm glad none of you guys have illusions, I guess.
Hey, yeah, me too.
Well, which
look
one
at
of us would have
Malagus.
fucking illusion? Jesus.
You. It would be you.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Yes, you would. Or Deimos. Deimos might also.
Yeah, to get those looks. We were talking
Deimos
about
is the
it
one who
earlier.
uses illusion. No offense, Deimos.
I'm not really a fan of illusions myself, so
You're fucking.
it's true. It's true. It's not cowardice per se, but
What about the time you disguised as Father Luces?
that was transfiguration. Okay, so let's be clear on that one.
Oh,
All the
No
differences are very
illusion.
apparent to me.
there was no illusion. Well, at least we made it through all right. I suppose it does sort of feel good doing the right thing in that way, like how we just did. Because now we've got
Samir,
this
we'll
paper.
be sure to buy things at your shop when we get home. I mean go to Circad.
Please, there is no worry. I am just glad to be helpful here.
Yeah, thanks for the cash, Samir. Really clutch.
Of course, that is my repayment for your traveling. This is nice. I'm enjoying this. And he gives you a neutral smile.
So, into town, see which comes first. Maybe Temple. I guess hires people are probably our most pressing issue right now, right?
I believe there might be a lot of pressing issues. We could split up, maybe, or is that dangerous?
It hasn't gone well for us lately.
Okay, ignore it then.
Unless you guys think we have some sort of time pressure, but I
No,
don't
I
think
feel like
we
we
have
have
a
time.
specific one at the moment.
I mean, I'd say our only time-sensitive thing really is like your refugee people who are about to get swindled by that golden dragonborn.
Yeah, I agree.
And I guess I'd like to find Abel before the guards can get him, but if we could let him sweat for a while, that'd be better.
What?
Let him sweat.
You know, just like deal with the consequences of his actions in a tangible way.
Like,
I thought you said he was your friend.
He was my only friend, yes.
he already had to serve time.
And that's true. That was probably good for him. You don't understand. He has a bad personality.
What? I thought you said you liked him. What's changing?
Oh, I do.
So what
I worry he'll enjoy being alive too much. So if he spends a little time not enjoying it so much.
Orpheus, if I may, I think it's okay to enjoy life.
What's wrong? Why are you worried about him enjoying life? Isn't that a good thing?
You'll get it when you know him, okay? He's an actor. There's
What?
a lot of other issues.
Oh,
I mean,
he's an actor.
Yes.
I see.
It goes for you too. You also get to enjoy life while you have it.
I don't know. It's a hot button issue in this party, so maybe we steer clear of philosophical questions like that.
They're not really philosophical. I feel like it's pretty obvious.
To me, it's philosophical.
For now, would it be best for us to go to the place with hires company, or we could find an inn first near that area? Whatever you guys like.
Let's go hires company, then the inn. Unless we want to get the inn to drop off some baggage, people. Malagus and Tick maybe could use the rest.
That's what I was considering. Just
What
considering
the-
they might be a clear problem if we bring them.
Why?
Well, Malagus is a liability, and Tick is quite young and does not seem the mental or physical strength necessary for what we're.
She's just too tiny, hire. I feel bad dragging her around all day.
No, it's
Then-
fine.
Is this like objectively true?
How do you felt when you were on Team Tick in that strength challenge?
That's a fair point.
It is objectively true that Malagus has gotten you guys into trouble, and that Tick is just not like a fighter. She's not leveled. She is the same level as an NPC or like a commoner, I suppose.
Hey,
Hire struggles
also,
with that idea, then doesn't say anything.
I want to try to pull in hire Dulim Demos, my real boys.
Oh yeah.
Also, I've been wondering about the fact that Malagus sort of disappeared and was off on his own and then ran to catch up with us alone.
Oh.
So if anyone has any questions they can think of.
Oh, are you implying that he's not really Malagus?
Yeah, that is what I'm implying, yeah. In fact, I almost wonder if we should just go in a circle and test every single person right now.
No.
But it might be a waste of time.
You recall as you passed through the gates of this town, you did pass by a sort of mage who looked to cast Dispel Magics on a group of you,
Oh, true. And see if there was any illusions.
and nothing seemed to
Okay.
come up.
Okay, good point. Sorry, it's the paranoia.
Holy, Mason already covered that.
Mason covered it. He's taking
His
good care of
coverage
us.
is insane.
He sensed
Guys,
that I could waste unimaginable amounts of time if we didn't have conversation.
Yeah, no, and I was bugging out about Samir, so
Go ahead.
Since this seems to be a common problem, do you think we should all, since we do know that we are the real us right now, should we come up with like a safe word or something that we can
Yes.
confirm?
How about Ridacy?
See, but I think that one's a little like too on the nose. Like someone could figure that out. Like we have to do
okay.
something like only a group of us together could think of.
D D H The dot.
Okay. No, keep going.
Okay.
What if we named what if the keyword was mastiffs? Because that's the first thing we fought all together, except you, Deimos. Sorry, Deimos.
No worries. I like it. I like it a lot.
It could also be chocolate because we found that in the mastiff's fur, or it could be raisins because that's what we've been eating everywhere.
I think it's more of a you thing. I like mastiffs.
Mastiff. Okay. Keyword mastiff.
Oh god, I guess we can't write this down anywhere.
Nope. So just remember it.
Will do.
Well, my memory's not so great, guys. What if I forget?
I know you forsold your age. Hey, Samir, did we ever tell you what we did with Zavrix?
You turn back
That
now
one time?
and find that Samir and Malagus look to be in a sort of verbal fight as you guys exit your
What?
huddle. As Malagus is going, listen, I'm not fucking useless, all right? The bird kid, sure, yeah, absolutely. But I get to go where I
Hey.
want to go. If I want to come, hey, you get out of this, all right? Go back to your pep talk.
Guys, shut up. I want to hear how Samir responds.
Okay.
Listen, Malagus, it is not an insult to you, it's just an objective fact. You can't be insulted by that.
Pretty good. It's
Objective
not
fact.
as good as the time he yelled at him.
Objective fact, Orpheus knows I fought somebody in a street for less.
Do you think they're actually going to fight?
I won't discuss this anymore. You got us this far on your own, all well and good, but I was told that you collected the inn when you all arrived at Circad, so maybe you go collect an inn now, Malagus. I won't fucking go unless I want to go, and now I don't want to anymore, so I'm coming with you all. So fuck you.
Hey, guys.
Malagus, I think you're helpful.
Thanks, Hire. You know, that's nice. Coming.
Be great for you to come with us if you wanted to.
I'd love to. We should leave the kids somewhere, though. I'm thinking maybe like an orphanage or perhaps some sort of temple.
Malagus, I'm trying to fight for you. But I guess, yeah, do we want to find an inn first, then?
It'll just take like an hour. Besides, the sun's getting pretty low. We've been sort of walking a lot. You guys
Yeah,
are back
sure,
in sort of the
let's
heart
find
of
an inn.
town now, and yeah, it is getting dark.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I could use a rest. I'm still pretty beat up. I'm trying to remember what from.
I mean, I still want to see my people tonight, but
Oh, yeah.
we
No,
can
but let's
find
just
an
get to the inn so we can... Yeah.
Yeah.
And
All right,
we're
well-
off.
You guys head out. I guess, are you just looking for the flaming boar? Is that where you wanted to sign up for?
No,
Ooh, let's have this discussion.
Okay, so I'm not sure. I don't know. We don't need somewhere nice, right? I mean, we're used to tents. We should get the cheapest place and just keep someone on watch.
Just turn into the cheapest place you can find.
Yeah,
That would
king-sized bed. We can all pile in, and we're all safe.
That would
Anyone
probably
have
be the-
objections to that?
broken lance. I mean, as long as I get to go like under the bed, like I'm chilling.
Sure, weird, but you know, whatever. I'm okay sleeping on the floor. I got a solid back.
But I mean,
Are-
why not get like at least a bed?
No, I know. So, but we can't all fit in the one. We could get
Oh.
2 beds, maybe.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll have to see how big the rooms are, or like and see if they can connect rooms again.
You know, another option. Maybe we could go to the fancy place and just get one room for all of us to split there. Maybe it'll be a big enough room.
I might want to put an input in there, which is pretty simple enough. I would like my own room, thank you.
What?
Ideally with a bathroom attached as well. I will happily fund my own room. That is how I would like to.
Don't you know if we have individual rooms type of money, Samir?
It is the comfort and luxury I have come to expect in my life.
I mean, if it's his money, he can.
Yeah, but that makes our room 1/7 more expensive.
But it gives us more room, so we're paying for a better product.
I like being all huddled together.
I mean, I do too.
Here's the other thing. In some of these shady inns, you know, it's not so safe to be on your own in a room.
Well,
thought
what
we
will it
weren't
be? We
going
can just
to.
turn into the first fucking place we can find, you know? Just
Shady
like walk
inn.
until we find an inn.
I will say it does sound like things of interest to go on at the expensive inn, but
Let's go see how expensive the rooms are. We can go from there.
And I mean, he mentioned like a Grand Inn, which was like luxury, but then there was the most expensive as well. So there are definitely some options.
Tufto also mentioned this inn.
The
He did?
Flamin' Boar? Really?
Yes.
Okay, we should stay there if we can afford it.
Thank God your memory is better.
Yeah, good work, Dylan.
All right, so you guys make your way through the towns now. It is pretty easy to make your way, just sort of asking strangers for directions as you walk. Eventually, as you go through the different wards, you pass by the academic ward where you guys had been earlier, through the city, sort of making your way southward now. You sort of travel past the castle ward where the enormous castle of the Open Lord seems to reside. This is just your classic medieval castle. There are turrets along the side and great, beautiful stone arches built into it, as well as a huge central bell tower. As you travel past this, you make your way by, so you're headed toward sort of where the area is. You sort of curve around to the east, making your way as you go. Eventually, you find yourself sort of situated around Trade Ward, right on the edge. This is where it seems most of the trade happens in Waterdeep. There are a lot of open stalls, and even though evening sort of draws near, a lot of these stalls seem to be adapting to the nighttime by setting up lanterns around their stalls and all manner of lights that seem to illuminate each individual stall. All sorts of vendors sort of shout at you guys as you pass by, offering their wares from all across the entire country of Faerun. There are international products as well as local ones. People are selling knickknacks and small, sort of inane magical items that look to be just mostly for fun. As well, there are all sorts of fishmongers here and meat salesmen. You can get all of your produce that you need here as well as any clothes you'd like. This seems to be where most of the shopping is done. You pass through here on your way to the Temple District, which is a much quieter area of town, considering is where the Holy Tide. Just on the edge of the Trade District and the Temple District, you find what you're looking for, the Flaming Boar Inn. It is a beautiful building. You see grand marble stairs leading up into a beautiful double oak wood door that seems wide open, beckoning in all those from the street. There's a red carpet that runs right up to the front as well. It looks like the entire inside of this building is red carpet. As well, the outside, you can see it's fairly tall. It's a 3-story tall structure in sort of a boxy format with lots of beautiful columns and windows on the outside. You even see the upper floors all seem to have small balconies that overlook the street and offer beautiful views of Waterdeep and the great harbor beyond. As opposed to most inns, this one definitely seems fanciful. It also seems old. There are a few buildings that you saw that definitely look newer, but this one seems to have sort of the classic realness to it that a lot of the most famous places have, these sorts of towns. You guys want to make your way in?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm almost uncomfortable with this level of luxury, but like Orpheus was so convincing. if we're splitting it, you know.
I was convincing.
Oh yeah.
Have we found out the price?
No.
So as you guys step off the street now, stepping out of the warm spring air, you make your way inside, and it is pleasantly cool in the grand marble stairs that seem to lead into this cool inner room. It is some sort of feast hall inside of here. You see grand tables lined up, and it looks like the entire first floor is almost entirely dedicated to this grand sort of feast hall. It is beautiful. There is the rich scent of roasted meat and spiced wine in the air. All of the tables and chairs here seem gilded with gold. And despite it feeling very lavish, it also feels very homey. There isn't sort of the sophisticated fancifulness that a lot of finer places have in terms of like high canvas roofs and servicemen and women who seem to be at your beck and call. Here instead, it just seems to be very home, and yet that seems to attract a lot of lavish individuals looking to engage in some sort of friendly revel here. This feasting hall is illuminated by chandeliers burning above that cast golden glows across the deep mahogany that embellishes a lot of the furnishings here. At the far end of this beautiful feast hall, you see an enormous fireplace. There is, of course, the massive head of some sort of giant boar mounted right above the fireplace, and the fire inside roars loudly and brightly, although you don't quite feel its flames that much. Above you all is a grand mural on the sort of domed ceiling here. It depicts some sort of legendary party. You see all sorts of adventurers in exaggerated, ridiculous poses. You see people wrestling with one another. The ceiling is adorned with all sorts of pictures of revelry of people that look to be inside this very hall at the tables. The walls are also adorned with hunting trophies. You see gaping jaws of some mammal beasts like wolves and deer, as well as some more unusual magical creatures. Like you see the head of a basilisk on the wall, even a taxidermied owlbear head. Inside of this inn, you find all manner of adventurers and nobles and eccentric wanderers all laughing over tankards about the size of their head. There are sweeping wooden staircases inlaid with gold, built out of mahogany, on either end of the grand mess hall here, leading to balconies and what you imagine are the private roofs. To both sides of you are beautiful glass bars with gorgeous bottles of fine liquors behind them and talented-looking bartenders. Right sort of up near where you guys are, there is also a sort of host stand. The individual at the stand sort of beckons you guys over as you make your way in, and just as you get a good view of the place, you see that in the corner, not quite visible, but nevertheless, you sort of get a good look at the place. You see there is a troupe of bards playing lively music. They just start up as you guys walk in. The front desk attendant, a very kind-looking older woman, gestures you all over. She has long, pointed ears and looks to be elvish. Ah, fresh faces, how delightful. Please, this way. Welcome to the Flaming Boar. Every drink here has a story and every fool has a stage.
What do you mean every fool has a stage?
That's just our slogan here. I am required to mention this to all incoming passers-by.
No, but what does it... Sorry, I don't mean it aggressively, but it's like, what does that mean? Is there a stage? Are people talking on it?
We like to boast a certain amount of quality luxury in our rooms, and you'll find everything will be attended for you as you stay here, but here in the grand hall, in the mess hall here, you might find that even the highest of noble likes to get rather rowdy, ridiculous, and goofy. There is a sense of simpleness in our grand hall here that allows even the most foolish to come out of every sophisticated.
Love that. That sounds great. I was scared it was some sort of acting or like comedy club thing.
No. Our entertainment this evening are the bards in the corner. If you'd like, I'm sure you could ask them to play a certain tune that you like.
I put my hand on Dulam's shoulder. This is the only musician I really care to hear, but thank you.
It's getting louder now in the mess hall. You see there are a lot of people here. It's a huge building, and considering the entire first floor is one giant sort of cafeteria, there are hundreds of people. They are crammed into these little tables, and there seems to still be a lot of room if you guys want to sit down somewhere, but nevertheless, it is very loud, so you sort of have to speak up a bit to hear yourselves and this hostess over this grand room. Are you here for beverages, or would you like to stay?
We'd like a place to stay, please.
Wonderful. If you would like, I can offer you some of our accommodations. Most accommodations here, I charge 4 silver pieces for a bedroom. If you would like a larger room, it's 1 gold per night. These are for large, beautiful, lavish rooms with adornments. And if you would like to go even further than that, I can charge 10 gold pieces for the rooms with the hot springs inside. And for only our finest guests, I offer the Lord's Chambers for 50 gold pieces, where you get private servants to, at your bidden call, to do whatever you want.
I think probably that 1 gold a night room we were thinking about.
Oh, wait, how much was the one with the hot springs again?
50 a night.
Say it's 20 a night?
50.
50! Oh.
50 if you would like a guest to be there with you. If you would just like the hot springs yourself, that is a paltry 20 gold a night.
What does a guest to be there with you mean?
Well, it is one of our in-house ladies or lords that can accompany you for the evening. A companion would fetch you food and drink as you like, and...
Oh, no. I see. No, yeah, no.
I didn't know you could actually pay for that? I thought
Do you have
Malagus was
hot
lying.
Not fucking iron.
Do you have hot springs that people can like just stop by? They don't have to rent the whole room, but maybe there's like a common hot springs for everyone in
yes.
the normal rooms.
Yes, if you rent a room, I'd be happy to share with you the amenities of this location. Unfortunately, outsiders are not allowed to visit our amenities. You must book a room first.
The one Golden Knight seems good for us. Yeah. How many
Excellent.
beds? Could we get 2 queens?
Yes, that we can make that work. Are you looking for? And she sort of counts your group. 7 rooms? No, 6 rooms. Is that right?
No, 1.
Oh,
Wait, 2.
You won't all be staying.
Yeah, I think we were thinking 2 rooms.
Oh, right. Yes. As I should inform you that there really are only 2 beds in those rooms, so really only fits 2 people or 4 that are quite squished.
We've made everyone fit before, right, guys? Put an arm around, so I don't know, whoever's next to me.
Oh yeah, easily done.
Right, then I would kindly ask for your payment of 1 gold piece per night. If you would like to pay it all up front, you can, or if you would like me to check in with you daily to collect the sum, we can also make that arrangement.
Maybe we put down 5 gold now for the first 5 days and then come back to it. How does that sound, you guys?
Sounds good, I think.
Yeah.
All right, Samir also plops down 5 gold for his room. All right, if you'd follow me this way, I'll lead you to your rooms. I'm so glad you're staying here. Yes, there is actually a public bathhouse just in the back here that I'd love to show you. We also have a few private rooms off to the side, and if you're more interested in revelry, we of course have the main hall here where most of our folks like to engage in festivities. But if you're looking for something a little more private, I can surely show you some stuff like that as well. You see, beneath this building, where there are actually a few basements that I could show you. You see, there is one particular area that a lot of people like to go to. They're called the dancing cellars, where you can sort of we allow those to engage in any activity they like in the cellars.
Can I glance at Malagus? Like, can I give him a ocular pat down?
And you look at Malagus. Give me a.
I got a nat 1, so
Hard to read. In fact, you're also a little confused yourself at what's happening, and you're thinking about why someone would want to be in a cellar. Gets lost for a second.
I'm confused.
Well, if I may introduce you to our wonderful establishment, the drinks here are divine. Common drinks are powerful, very heady. The hard liquors here are enlivened and rich flavored. All of our wines are complex and potent. The food here is especially remarkable. Our head cook, Cormy, is well known, and banquets that he serves are some of the most famous in all of Waterdeep.
Corby is his name?
Yes, Cormy. Also, not many places have the level of sophistication and quality that we offer. Our accommodation involves many layers of feather mattresses, the finest bed linens, full feather pillows. There is a bath in every room, and repair and washing of your clothing is free, no charge.
Wow. Do you have other clothes we could wear while you're repairing our clothes?
Yes, each room is fit with a number of bathrobes that you are allowed and freely permitted to wear across the entire footprint of our building.
Huh.
Orpheus, we can get you more clothes.
Maybe. I've been thinking about it.
Oh,
I
we
want you
also
guys to know I'm dead ass. The shrimp is now chasing the fish.
Little menace.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. That was crazy.
We also have if you are all new to the town, which I assume you quite are, well, you're sort of have the apparel and general demeanor of outsiders.
Yep,
we
we're
offer-
outsiders.
Not to worry, we offer an accommodation desk. There's a gentleman just down the way there, and as you guys sort of make your way through the mess hall, she points this out to you, sort of on the side of one of the bars, off in one of the, there look to be small rooms on either side of the enormous mess hall. One of them, the door is open, and you see a small desk inside, and a gentleman inside waves to you guys as he is out. Yes, that is our accommodator. You may request anything you like in our great town of Waterdeep, and he will inform you of places to spend your time lavishly. If you would like any entertainment, if you would like a tour around the barge, or if you would even like to know where the best places to drink are, besides, of course, this place.
Thank you.
Sounds delightful. Thank you.
All right, she guides you to your room. She leads you up to the second floor, up the beautiful swirling staircase. Off to the side, you notice as you enter the second floor, the loudness of the mess hall beneath you grows to near silence. The walls here seem especially thin, perhaps even made out of stone. which hide the sound quite well. And as you walk down the hallway a bit, she leads you to your 2 rooms, and you find it is completely quiet here. Very peaceful. She hands you guys the 2 brass keys and points out the 2 rooms right next to one another. Please spend as much time at the Flaming Bow as you like. We welcome you with kindness, and as members of our esteemed guests at our fine inn, you are also given your meals for free. They are, of course, meals cooked by the sous chefs of the Great Cormy, but they are nevertheless quite wonderful, and they will be delivered right to your door.
Wow.
Goodness. Thank you.
Of course, if you have any requests, please let me know at the front, or any of our concierge staff. And if you would like a more specialty meal, you will unfortunately have to pay for it, but I guarantee the finest flavors in all of Waterdeep right here at your disposal. She bows to you both, specifically the 2 collecting the keys, which I imagine are Samir and Orpheus.
I think Samir and Higher.
Higher? Is Higher taking the key?
Oh yeah, I'm like on my tippy toes at like the counter.
Alright, she hands you a key, Higher, and gives you a nod, and walks off. Samir gives you guys all a nod too and goes, just give me 5 moments to unpack, and then we can head over to the place that Higher wants. And he opens his door, gives you guys all a nod, a neutral smile, and then he dashes in and closes it. Jeez, that guy fucking needs privacy, doesn't he?
Right?
Yeah, no, he's still been a little weird, but he went through a lot, so...
Yeah.
Well, are we all bunking together? I call dibs on one of the beds.
Sure.
And Father Luces, you're gonna sleep on the floor, buddy.
What? Oh, that feels mean.
I figured we'd just drop him off at the Temple District today.
That sounds good. You know, maybe in that one place where they worship everybody. That could be good for you, right?
I don't know if Dulam would agree with that.
That's where he wanted to start his new life.
Well, we can give him a bed till we drop him off, right?
I mean, we're just gonna be here for like 5 minutes, but if he wants to sit down,
true.
I don't object.
True, yeah.
This is all right, Higher. I understand my purpose in this party, and I understand the drop-off. Thank you all for getting me this far.
Of course.
I suppose, while we're here, can we at least see how nice the room is? Let's go inside for a second.
Yeah, let's go inside. It sounds amazing.
Alright, you guys head in, and it does live up just immediately to all of your expectations. The walls are beautiful dark wood. The floor is carpeted and nice. You find there's a tiled bathroom with a real door on it that you can close. And not just a hole in the ground, there seems to be an apparatus that you sit on.
Whoa.
There's also a gorgeous giant marble bathtub in the bathroom that looks like it could fit 2 people, I believe.
Whoa.
The 2 queen beds in here are lavish. They have beautiful feather down pillows and blankets and comforters. There is even a cuck chair in here.
Yes!
You guys notice you have a small balcony.
Whoa.
Tick rushes over to it, throwing the door open and jumping out on the balcony to see what she can see. And you notice out the balcony, it's not the view out the front of the building. You can't see the beautiful docks or the waters. Instead, you have a view the other direction, to the north, where the great Mount Waterdeep stands. You have this view of this beautiful mountain with a snowy top, and you see some small speckled lights just start to light up at the base of the mountain. Well, this is nice.
This is incredible.
See, Orpheus? And he jabs you in the stomach. You can enjoy some things in life.
I can enjoy things, but there's nothing about this inherent to being alive. Here, check this out. And I sort of hold up my hands like I'm like framing a picture. And I'm like, I bet I could recreate that exactly back home.
Like, not here.
It's harder to build here. I mean, I could recreate it here too, but I guess that's just not my plan unless someone needs it.
Jeez, that mountain is just fucking beautiful though, ain't it?
It is pretty nice.
Not nice. It's just so solitary too, you know? It's just sitting there.
You guys think there are really monsters under there?
What was that dog guy telling us? He was saying something like there are, like, dungeons under there.
10,000? Oh, yeah.
Mean.
10,000 monsters under there?
There's 10,000 monsters in the world.
Did all of you think it was this easy to get sex? Sorry.
What? Higher, you get distracted over there?
They just
Where'd
kept
that
on
come from?
offering it.
Getting it's the easy part. It's saying no, that's hard. I mean, morally wise, but that's what makes it important.
Yeah, that's actually sort of common in big cities higher. You know, there's sort of a unspoken rule that people want to have sex all the damn fucking time.
Wait, are you a virgin just because you've never had the opportunity?
If you haven't even had the opportunity, then you're a mega virgin. right? That's like embarrassing.
I mean, I guess I've
yeah.
never had the opportunity either, but doesn't bother me.
Well, it should. It's embarrassing.
Not really.
We all have different goals.
Well, if yours is to be bitchless, then that's on you. So do we have to go out tonight? This place is just so comfortable.
I think we should, but I don't think there's anything wrong if after we help out Hire's people, maybe we come back and check out the hot springs.
See, doesn't that sound nice? You might as well learn about it
Yes.
for Riddicy, right?
Exactly, that could be recreated.
Great. And with that, Malagus sort of slumps off his backpack into the room onto the ground, and a dust pile puffs up at the base of it. I guess let's just unload our shit then, huh?
They can clean your clothes, Malagus.
Alright, thank you though.
Maybe while we're all at the hot springs and, wearing the robes and stuff, we can leave our clothes with them to clean.
That's not a bad idea, but, I'd rather, I suppose I want to be able to wear these out right now, So let's just do that for now.
Yeah, so not right now, but during hot springs, we'll all clean our clothes. Swear to it.
I will not. Thank you.
You will! You will! You will! You said you will! You will!
Why
10,
on my case?
9, 8,
Are you?
in,
can't just
in
count
10
that. That doesn't
seconds,
work.
they
That
will.
doesn't work
10,
on me.
9,
That doesn't
8,
work.
7,
No, that doesn't
6,
work.
5,
That
4,
doesn't. Fine,
3,
I'll do it. Yes,
2,
yes.
1. Yes! There you go!
That was stupid. I hated that.
Oh, well, it worked.
Peer pressure like I've never seen before.
With that, you guys get a knock on the outside as Samir on the other side sort of talks through the door, and it's very muffled because of how thick the doors are here. I'm ready to go if you would like.
Kick the door open.
He sort of jumps back to dodge it. Jesus, Orpheus, don't hurt me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were, right there. Let's go!
Right, before we go, I just want to ask, is there any chance that any of you are, going to be in danger tonight? Specifically, do you have any reason to believe that you could be, hurt? I just want to know if I should bring any of my, creations.
Doesn't seem likely, no.
I see no reason as of now.
Okay, that is good to know. I appreciate. I worry. All right, on we go then. You guys
On we
want to
go?
leave all your things here?
I don't really have anything bigger than I can carry. I think I'm bringing my stuff.
I'm taking everything in the bag.
All right, Tyre, your little bag of holding next to you holds all your stuff nicely. Tyre's got the bag.
Our stuff will get stolen. I just know it if we leave it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with this.
This place seems very nice, though. I'm not sure if they would steal our stuff here. It at least seems very high quality.
But they do have people that come into the rooms, and
Mm-hmm.
we do have items that are worth protecting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't-
I mean,
I don't
maybe
think
there's
anyone-
some, what if their job requires them to report, certain items? I don't know. We have some sketchy stuff, some of us.
I suppose,
them.
but
If I can't find it, they can't find it.
3 weeks later, 2 exhausted hotel staff crawl out of the bag. We lost so many in there.
shit!
There are bag people with concierge outfits.
That gives them away right there.
Hmm.
You know they were in there. It's like an alarm. All right, you guys head back out into the city.
To
It's
the
a
temple.
It's a warm evening in Waterdeep today. Springtime seems to be in full effect here, and it being sort of a harbor town, the warm air drifts in from the coastline at night here. As you guys begin heading out to exit Flaming Boar, the lady at the front bows to you all and goes, "Do have an enjoyable night out."
You too. Fuck. God.
Thank
fuck.
you.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
You guys step outside, and then you slowly make your way to the Temple District. Still being a little new to this town, you sort of have to find your way, asking for directions along the way. On the way, you pass by a couple individuals as sort of, running around through the night. Evening time here seems just as bustling as morning time, but instead now it seems sort of like individuals who operate mostly in evening-like activities. Not necessarily illegal ones, but for example, you see there is a human wizard, a woman in a dark blue cloak with the sigil of the academic district, rushing by, struggling to keep a huge satchel from overflowing. The scent of burnt parchment is around her, and she has a small spectral hand floating behind her, picking up a few parchments that fall out of the satchel.
Burning books? What?
There are also a lot of beggars out tonight as well. As you pass to the Temple District especially, you find more and more beggars on the side of the road. A lot of wiry old folks barefoot and usually wrapped in layers of patched up fabric.
More people. We need to help.
We
make
can't
your way.
help them all right now, Hire.
Not all right now, yeah, but maybe soon.
Passing into the temple ward now, the rest of the hustle and bustle of the town falls to the background of the much quieter, seemingly much more holy district. The largest temple that you were met with immediately on entering is a temple to Mistra, the goddess of magic. Here you see a beautiful blue marble temple that rises out of the ground, several stories up, with golden arches and all sorts of dazzling bright lights that seem to explode out that all look to be arcane in nature. You pass by this and pass by similar large temples to Tyr and to Tempest, to Lathander, to the standard deities of Faerun, of the material plane, that are well known, a majority of all. Another interesting sight as you guys are walking through this area in the temple ward, along with a lot of the beggars here, there also seem to be a few rare individuals here who have some sort of affliction. For example, walking through, you guys are, you cross paths with a pair of gaunt, nervous-looking humans, two men with white streaks down their dark hair. They move very close to one another, muttering to each other under their breath, and you see a small black cloud, no larger than a dinner plate, hovers directly above both of their heads, drizzling faint, steady rain.
Damn, what's with them?
The two of them look at the group of you and have this nervous look on them, and then they turn back and continue huddling and whispering as they make their way through the temple district, leaving a trail of water behind them.
Oh, hey, do you think we could get Malagus's disease cured here by a priest?
Very possibly.
Like I told you, I don't have a disease. You know what we should be doing is getting Demos's curse removed, the one where he sees people who did evil shit.
What? I kind of like my curse.
How can you like that?
Well, it's a little useful, and it's. I feel like it's kind of helpful. Be like, I'm cursed, and I feel like it's a good pickup line. I don't know.
Oh, so true. So mysterious. Do you see anyone here with it?
I look around. Do I see anyone here?
Just in the streets here? No. Nobody here has that affliction.
Yeah, I don't see anyone here as cursed as me, so no.
None of them even compare.
So mysterious.
He's so mysterious. Well, listen, I hate to state the obvious, but I get the feeling a lot of fucking people in this district are looking for handouts. So we should probably keep an eye on our coin purses here.
Sure. I agree.
Where's like a good place to put your coin purse? Like in your pockets or like...
Vinny had some ideas earlier.
Oh yeah, we should have asked Vinny. Hey, are we bringing Tick, by the way, to this? I feel like maybe we should leave the kid at home if we're gonna get seeing refugees of some sort of war. That might be sort of traumatizing. Though I guess they're her people too, right?
Yeah.
Tick, are you okay staying here? We could maybe, if we go to the library at some point, see if there are books.
Library at some point? Books?
If it's okay. Hopefully we can bring the fellow Etherians back here if things go well, I guess. We'll see.
That could work. We should probably check in first, though. An eye out. You guys continue making your way through. Just one more individual you guys walk past that is a bit of interest. One more sort of strangely observable person is this large figure with gleaming, polished armor. It looks to be some sort of knight, but they have a full head-to-toe plate mail, and it all looks beautifully shined to a mirror finish. Their helmet is shaped sort of like a griffin, and they have a beautiful gold pendant around their neck that seems to bear some sort of giant holy symbol. This looks like a paladin.
Hey, I'm a sort of Orpheus. What's your name?
The towering knight looks towards you, nods, and does not stop their stride in the slightest.
Okay, cool. I like your armor.
They continue walking, clank, clank, clank down the road. It sort of reminds you of yourself, Orpheus.
Yeah, that's really cool, dude. Clank, clank, clank.
Orpheus, can you get your dick out of your pants? Wait.
What?
No, it's okay. You can keep it in.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
It's
Quit
not
fawning
in the
over
gutter.
every guy in army, you see.
I don't fawn over anyone. I'm just, they're my people. It's good to see them around.
You literally just saw him and went, "Oh, that's a man." That's what you did.
I was just more like, yeah, that's a man.
Kind of
Real
sounded like
man,
the first
man.
one.
Yeah.
As you guys can make your way through the temple district, the sun is officially setting now on the distant sea line. It is a beautiful, radiant gold and orange sunset that casts this beautiful orange light throughout the whole city. And it is just at this point, as you guys approach the plinth, this temple seems to rise not quite as high as the rest of the temples, but it is immense. It is not a carefully curated cathedral or shrine dedicated to a singular god, but this is sort of a place of a collective. So its architecture, in similar, is sort of a patchwork of many other influences. The outer walls, which look to be stone, bear the carvings of hundreds of symbols. These look to have been done by those who frequent this place. Each symbol represents a different deity or proverb, phrase, or even a picture. You see great celestial suns, you see spider webs. Some of them are beautiful, pristine carvings that are glorious and gorgeous. Others are small, looks to have been done by hand with a pocket knife. And even still, there are some old carvings inside of the stone here that their significance long since worn away. There are 4 giant arched entrances to this building. It doesn't look to have any doors, per se. You look at each of these giant 4 entrances looking through, it's sort of like a crossroad. Inside is stone all the way, and there seem to be some small areas within, like, that you could huddle for warmth. There are a couple fires lit in here, but it's sort of just like a giant open building that several people have decided to call home, because at least a roof is better than nothing. There is, above each of the entrances, are a simple phrase engraved in several languages that reads, "All who seek shelter may enter." The courtyard inside of the plinth is alive with movement of all sorts. You see pilgrims, priests, weary travelers all gathering beneath the giant stone roof. A lot are kneeling in prayer. Others, like the priests, are handing out food and clothing, sort of destitute here. A group of dwarvish monks are passing out loaves of bread from woven baskets to the masses here. You also see a small hooded elf that looks to have a small sort of worship fountain in front of him that he's set up, that he's pouring water back and forth from 2 cups down an empty fountain. There's also the scent of incense here, fresh herbs, and fresh bread. This sanctuary seems mostly like a home for the desperate. You see a lot of those beggar folk or the unhoused that were just outside that seem to have called this place home for the night. A lot of the priest-goers here seem to be handing out food to them, and while there seem to be some worshippers here who are worshipping forgotten gods or private, small gods, the majority of the people here definitely seem like they are refugees. These are people who can't live in Waterdeep traditionally, and so therefore have to live here. It is quite large, though, and there seems to be still a lot more room for more. However, there are probably a good 80 or so people in here right now. The central chamber in here is very tall. It's towering. Its ceiling seems to just be lost to the shadows above, because there's not a lot of light. There are a few fires that people have lit just right on the stone floor in the building here, which doesn't seem that, pious, but nevertheless, it seems to keep them warm, and a couple people even set up bedrolls near their fires. There's a lot of echoing in this room, too. Considering it's this giant single room, there is not a lot keeping in the sound, so it echoes off the walls. So you just hear a lot of whispered prayers that seem to reverberate loudly. As you make your way in, you find that sort of making your way around the rows of bedrolls and cots laid out for the homeless and the sick, there seems to be an area for refugees. Specifically, and higher, this for you is an immediate recognition. You see several people from your home on the mundane plane. You see people from Ethera, friends that you didn't think you'd see this soon. No one immediately jumps out at you as recognizable, but these were people in your town. You didn't live with a lot of people. There were not a huge mass of individuals that were... so basically what I'm saying is that you basically knew everyone in town, right? So a lot of the people here are from there.
Yeah, I'm sure I recognize a lot, but I haven't
You recognize
talked extensively.
everyone from Ether. It's been a long time, and they all look pretty grimy. Not exactly hurt per se, but just compared to Ether, where everything was beautiful and blue and seemed very perfect. Here, there's a bit more dinge, a bit more grime. You see a lot more sadness, too. A lot of these people are huddled together for warmth around fires with these sort of destitute looks on their face, and they don't seem to recognize you. All right, what are we looking for?
I mean, this looks like all of them. These are some of my people.
Oh, shit, wait, like some of these? Really?
What are the species?
Looking around in here, just getting a brief glance from the sort of 3,000 or so inhabitants of the mundane plane. Here, there seem to be mostly families, per se. There, of course, were a lot of diverse species that you remember. You see Dragonborn here, you see lizard folk here, you see flings, you see a minotaur. There are turtles, as well as all sorts of winged Aasimar that live here. Of course, humans and dwarves and elves. It seems like almost a third of all the people here. Of the 80 or so people here, it seems like 25 of them are from Europe.
Wow.
You look through, you sort of pick your way with visually through. Give me a perception check as you do.
I got a 19.
Okay, so you get some time sort of gleaming through, and this is before they even recognized you. You notice that there are no kobold of any of them. Neither are there any kenkus here, so no one of immediate notice. However, you notice one of the individuals here, a Yuan Ti, that you recognize from Ethera, who was sort of like a not quite like a leader per se, or more like a counselor that ran one of the local merchants that you guys sent out on trips. Somebody who you dealt with.
I see. And what species are they?
This is a Yuan Ti snake person. Not full snake, mind you. It's just like a person who has snake-like.
Holy Sneeple.
Everyone likes a good sneak. This individual, you remember's name is Atticus.
Finch?
Oh. Atticus is a Yuan Ti individual, which means he looks like a human. He has paler white skin, though, and white hair. And instead of human eyes, he has slit-like snake eyes, yellow irises, and a slit down the middle. He also bears in his mouth 2 long fangs, almost like a vampire might, and he can open his mouth just a bit wider than normal people can. Otherwise, though, he's indifferent to normal humans. The one other thing that really stands out as a snake-like property of him is that he does have, wrapped around his neck and halfway up his arm, a white snake that seems to be his familiar.
Whoa.
This is the group that you see in front of you. What do you want to do?
Oh God. I'm gonna publicly, or when you approach some place where you're about to try to address everyone. So I kind of shy over to a place where everyone could theoretically hear me from this group and go, sorry, hi, hello, my family, my people. I knew many of you from Ether. I've been told you're trying to contact her, and I'd love to help you with that. And it's good to see you all.
Everybody whips their head around at the same time as you say this, including other individuals in this great chamber that don't know you. Just hearing anybody call out, it sort of shocks them, as it isn't that loud in here. So raising your voice even just to say this, it echoes off the walls and gets significantly louder. Even all the priests stop to watch you. The ones handing out bread, mid-ripping of a bread loaf in half, watch you as you do so. People from Ether see you, and you hear a couple whispers among them. Is that Higher Valea? Higher gone many years ago. Wait, Higher, is that you?
Sorry, didn't mean to make a fuss, everyone. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
goodness, come here at once.
Russian.
Okay, you run over. An older man greets you as you walk over. You recognize as sort of a grandfatherly figure to a lot of people of the town. And the Yuan Ti man, who seems to sort of be the least grimy of the group here, he's actually standing up. He has a bowl of soup in his hand that he's handing out to some of the smaller children. Approaches you. He seems to sort of be the impromptu leader of this little band of Etherian refugees. As he approaches you, he goes, "Hi, Valea. That can't be. Have you also been traveling?"
Yes, I was sent out to find people to recruit, and it seems things didn't go as planned
Yes,
from there.
by Aether's grace, it is a wonder to see you. Oh, how wonderful, goodness. We've been so lost without somebody of your renown who knows this world. We've spent all of our lives in Thera. It's so hard to get used to the challenges of this place. Are you aware of this currency they use here, gold? It is quite difficult to get our hands on.
I admit I feel the same way as you guys do. Yes, I've come by some gold, but it's certainly not easy, and this world is certainly different. But I'm so glad just to see you all alive.
Yes, of course. What happened? Do you know? All that happened to us, last we remember, is we were in our homes minding our business, and one day a great shake occurred, like an earthquake of sorts, but the sky itself was cracking in places, and all of a sudden we heard the voice of Aether promising us safety, and all of a sudden we appeared not 20 miles from here, in the middle of nowhere, with just the clothes on our back and nothing more. It was just the 26 of us that arrived. We don't know where the rest of the inhabitants of Aether are. Did you arrive with another group? Perhaps we could combine.
No, it's just me. I have Tick with me as well. I was sort of hoping everyone was together, but I'm glad all 26 of you are.
Yes. Oh, and hello, little lady. It is a pleasure. Little lady. Well, Aether explained to us that she had to remove us from the plane at once because it was too dangerous. She said she would bring us back shortly once she had figured out what was wrong, but I'm not sure what's happening. And since then, none of us, not a single one, not even the holiest, have gotten a word with her. She is quiet. She has abandoned us, Tyre. It has been many months and we haven't heard anything from her.
Something happened at home.
Were you there? What happened?
I don't understand it. I heard people were attacking. There was fighting. I admit I don't know exactly what her plan is myself, but I hate to say it, it might be a moment of weakness, maybe on her behalf.
On the lady's part. You would never say that. No,
it's a hard time for her, is what I mean to say, and I haven't been told much, but I know there's a war and some sort of battle that I don't know much more about, but it sounds like she teleported you out for safety of you all, I hope.
Of course, we would never doubt the ladies. Would we? No, of course not. No, they all sort of speak over each other. No, we would never doubt the ladies' goals for us. She always has our best interests at heart. I believe perhaps what has happened is some sort of nefarious plane of evil has decided to conquer our own. But since leaving, Haya, it's been so dangerous out here. Are you aware of these horrible things that people have been feeling in the material world? The sadness, the fear. I don't understand it.
I don't myself.
It is a pleasure to see a friend, though. We were worried that all we had was... And he looks at you, and then his eyes go wide, and he says,
Goodness, have you seen Monty yet? He came with us.
What? He did?
Yes. Have you made contact with him? I'm sure he would have sent you here.
This is the first I'm hearing. Where?
Well, as I was just telling you, it's hard to get money, so him being one of the few able-bodied of us, he decided he would fetch coin by venturing to the Undermountain, that great dungeon beneath Mount Waterdeep. He explained that he could go there and collect coin. He's already done 2 successful missions there. He's under the mountain right now, likely fighting monsters and collecting their hides, probably to turn into the adventuring guilds for coin. In fact, he's brought us back quite a sum recently. We've basically promised every priest in the land a decent bit of gold if they can help us reach contact with Aether.
I didn't. I thought he wasn't with you.
No, he is. He's been gone a while though. He said he would be back a week ago, and he's still out there in the dungeon.
Surely there's a way I can help you with Aether, at least half the cost. And talking to her, I do think that if we can, we should try not to burden the goddess by, I guess, asking to talk to her. And maybe if we provide the means, then it will be easier for her. But you said not everyone is able-bodied? Are you all hurt?
No, not hurt. We're just, these emotions that we've been feeling, they're sickening. I myself tried to go once with your brother to the Undermountain, and I was unable. I was overwhelmed by feelings of fear and horrible feelings of stress that I couldn't overcome. I was stripped of my power. I wasn't able to fight. I had to return here. Similarly, many of our young have been feeling horrible bouts of fevers. I believe it is from the same cause, the fear that this plane is infected with.
I pray for a day in which we can receive full presence of ether, but until then, I believe it to get easier, and you all have each other still, and that's the only thing that's kept me afloat. Being out here is traveling with people. I hope you all watch out for each other.
I understand what you're saying. Traveling with a group is a good idea. In fact, that's what your brother is doing in the Undermountain right now. He found a group to travel with. I've been told that adventuring in the Undermountain is quite dangerous. Half of his group has already been replaced due to deaths in the party, but he's returned back twice with fine finances for us. He's kept us afloat. We've been able to buy medicine and food and clothes just enough to keep us alive. And the amount that we wanted to pay the priest, we just wanted to hear from Ether. I agree with you, we shouldn't burden the goddess. We want an explanation. How long we'll be gone? Do we need to find lodging here, or will it only be a few more days? What's happening? That's all we want to know, Hire. What's happening?
I wish I had more answers for you. I guess I didn't think we needed all the answers, and I guess I trusted Ethera not to tell us, but maybe
we'll
it's because she can't even. Maybe it was for good intentions, but I agree with you. We have a right to know. We'll speak with her. We can make.
He gestures to the little area that they're in. You see it. This is really like low living, especially compared to the quality of life you guys had in Ethera. This is no way for us to be higher. If we need to start saving money to stay at an inn or even buy homes, we should know. The goddess should at least give us that much. I feel we need to know whether we should be spending that, saving it.
You're staying here, like in the temple?
Right now, we have to. Yes, there's no other place to live. We sleep here, along with the rest of the lost, the wandering.
God, there's so many of you. How long has it been?
Yes, well, it has been some time. I believe it has been, since we've arrived here, about 5 months, almost half a year.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad Ether sent me.
Yes, your brother Monty is still out in the mines. He informed us he'd arrive a week ago, but we still haven't seen him.
That is certainly not good, but it's no matter. I will, or at least I'll certainly find him as soon as possible. Bring him back.
Of course. And again, what we are really looking for most is just where our fellow Etherians are. If we can figure out where the rest of us were sent, if it's on the material plane, we could just meet up together. In fact, our community of 3,000, we could easily create a little town here if we are forced to stay here for a year or so. I feel that we are well enough in construction, and I'm sure we can find an architect or someone to help us, and builders.
Ether has certainly made us strong enough to be able to provide for ourselves in these times of need, and I hope we can speak to her, and hopefully she can tell us when or where everyone is, and
bless her, and bless your devotion to her. Hire, you are a brave soldier of Ether.
Thank you. I think I just got lucky in leaving the plane first, but.
Yes, well, please be wary. If it's true that our plane was attacked, that means we have enemies abound, and they might still want us, so be wary on your travels. And please, go find Monty. Make sure he's alright.
I hadn't considered the whole enemies part. Of course.
What source of money has Monty been bringing? Sorry to interrupt you guys.
These are my friends. We are an adventuring party. We do
hello
adventure.
all. I am Atticus. I am one of the many priests of Ether, along with your friend here, Hire. And as I'm sure you all know, our home plane has been evacuated. We're not sure why, and we wish to know more. Are you all also worshippers of Ether, perhaps? I assume Hire has converted you all, considering that was his one goal out here. Sorry, it's rude to talk religion amongst friends. I'd like to table that discussion. For now, thank you all for traveling with a friend.
I felt my mission was to help people and give them ether if they needed. I don't
Everyone
think these people
needs ether, Hire.
I don't think these people need ether right now, but I
you-
think I'm growing on them. Right, everyone?
I definitely hear more about ether than any other religion.
The snake guy points to Malagus and goes, "This one looks like he definitely needs help. Ether might be able to help you, young man. Shut up. Can we go now?"
How young does he look to you? 40s, 20s?
Well, he looks like a man who can still turn his life around.
He's right, ether could help you.
Shut up. No one can help me but me, alright? And I don't plan on doing anything to change anytime soon.
As I said, a stubborn bunch.
Yes, well, I thank you all for traveling with Haya. He is a dear friend to the Aetherian community and to the entire plane of Aethera. Wishes you all the best. If you would like, we could perhaps, it's just our group has been wary from travel for such time, and we're residing here. Do you all have a place to stay?
Yes, we do.
Oh, good. It's just we spent some time in the town, and I could have given you some information if you liked about where to stay, but it sounds like you're good.
Well, where is there a place you would intend to stay with this?
Well, not to be rude, Haya, but to house all of us, 10 gold can't even cover the lot.
I guess not.
Sorry, it's a very kind gesture. We'll use this to buy food and rations and clothing. You will definitely make an impact, but for tonight we will reside here in the plinth.
All right. Well, I guess I just got here, and I hope to go dungeoning, I guess, soon.
It just seems this whole money stuff is very important to those on the material plane, so if there's an easy way to get it, then that's the way I've seen so far. But be warned, it seems dangerous. I don't know how else, and I really don't know the value of the dollar yet, so perhaps I'm just misguided.
Sorry, I should not do long ums. God dang it. I'm glad it helps now. Thank you, Atticus, for taking care of these people.
Of course, and in the meantime, we do offer some small services for coin around the plinth here. Of course, it's no amount that it seems to be made by Monty out in the Great Undermountain, but I can at least offer you guys perhaps a sale, a transaction. You see, we can, with Aether's power, cure disease or remove curse.
I forget. We talked about how Malagus's thing is not a curse, or it's not a curse. It's like a sickness, right?
We're pretty sure it's a disease.
You guys, you guys discussed this before and that. It is something we offer here. I wish I could offer it to you for free, Haya. I'm sure you understand. We really do need the gold.
No, of course. I'm glad you were finding a means for yourselves and adapting the skills Ether has given us. I do not believe any of us personally suffer from a curse at the moment, but I would love to spread word around town as I get to know people. Yes,
of course. The price for each service is 50 gold pieces, as is the market rate.
Well, I guess the market decides.
Right. Hire, it really is so good to see you. I'm so glad to hear that one of us is doing well. Aethera bless you. Aethera bless you all.
I'm glad you're all alive.
Peddling
yes.
your shit on us.
Malagus.
Can I just pull Malagus back by the collar of his jacket?
You grab him and yank him. What? I didn't
Simmer
say
down,
anything.
simmer down. There's just no reason.
Right, all right. Pull him back. Atticus looks at you once more, Hire. Is there any news that you bring? Anything at all?
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I probably am, specifically withholding, having seen how bad the rest of the plane was.
Yes, I assumed this. You withhold such info, and after some time, you see that the figure before you sort of nods his head. Atticus bows deeply and goes, "All right, I understand. Thank you again for all of your help, for helping this great people."
Thank you.
Please, no need to thank me, Hire. It is the least I can do. These are my people as they are yours. I just wish I could have gotten here as early as you had to get the luxury of solo travel. It's just hard to move swiftly when you're taking care of so many. And he gestures behind him.
Trust me, do I know the same? I am carrying some dead weights. Am I right?
Wow.
I'm kidding. We're having fun here.
Don't we have fun here?
He's
Are you
talking
talking about
you
me?
know.
I'm
Yeah.
not dead weight. What? I thought Father Luces was our dead weight. That's why we're getting
Him
rid of him
too.
here. Look, he could live right here with the rest of his kind.
Exactly.
Do we want to say a goodbye? Duelam, you want to send him off?
Sure. Father, do you want to stay here?
He whips his head to you wildly as if you surprised him, and he goes, yes, if you would like, I could. I of course understand that you want to rid me in the material plane, as this is my home, and I accept this. Where are we exactly? This is the city of Waterdeep, yes? Are we surrounded by holy men? I could make a do with this.
Yes. Is this the church you were talking about before?
The one allowing all denominations, yes.
Great.
This is the one.
Well, farewell. I go to shake his hand.
He grabs your hand as you shake him, as you go to shake him, and he cups it with his other hand, which is sort of like leathery and old, and he pulls you in close and sort of whispers to you. He goes, Duelam, thank you. When all else saw failure and evil within me, you still saw the Father Luces. You have given me so much food, so much help, so much clothing. I am indebted to you. If you ever need a favor, please return here and find me. I will do my best to relearn how to be a productive member of society. I will re-enter the workforce. I will become a priest once more, and I will study. Thank you.
Of course. I'm happy to have been of service. And then I want to give him one last nutrient break for the road.
He takes it from your hand and he nods at you, giving you a simple smile. Duelam, you are very kind. I bid you all farewell. He sort of looks off slightly to the left of all of you guys. You are all excellent travel companions, despite some hiccups that we had. I really, really do think that we have the makings of you have the makings of a good group, a successful adventuring. Thank you for your helping an old man.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll miss you.
I will see you all soon, hopefully, as you visit by. Nods. I bid you in the meantime adieu. Thank you. And he
Adieu.
sort of wanders off blind into the plinth. All right. You guys like
Well,
to
that
do?
one didn't feel as good, but
Oh, that one felt great. Look at how
We
well
did
Yeah,
it.
that felt fucking awesome. You know,
perfect.
oh, my bad, I guess.
that
Look at he was so happy when we walked
I
away.
think at the end there, that was the only time I ever had to speak to him directly. And I could have not, you know?
But you did.
Yeah, it felt good to say goodbye.
Should have felt really good, right? I mean, we did it. We got rid of that shithead. Fuck yeah,
Felt
man.
really good. Found Tyre's people. Said bye to Father Luces. Let's go hit the hot tub, Mally. Hands up for a high five.
He smacks you eagerly, giving a big smile. Fuck yeah. Guess
Fuck
what?
yeah.
You're gonna love this. You got to get
What?
naked in there.
Don't be weird. I'll just keep on my underclothes.
Oh, you've never done it before and you're scared. You're scared. Orpheus is scared.
I've showered since we've been here.
Really? Ew, nasty. Gross.
You're a handful, Valley.
Thank you. I try to be.
Well, boys, I guess let's hit the showers. Or the bath?
Oh, the bath.
Let's
You
hit the
did great
bath, boys, and Dylan.
And Hire, you did great in there. You know, I know that's sort of hard seeing friends of yours on such low, low down. But you did good. You know, you treated them right, and I feel like that's just gonna be good for them.
Oh yeah.
Well, I feel at least they've fared better than Tick and I. So that is good at least. And I
True. You know,
really-
it does beg the question about where Tick came from, because Tick ended up at some sort of like mercenary cult, and it got me thinking. Do you think Tick was also sent out by your goddess and then got stuck in some sort of horrible war?
I
Huh.
don't really know, but that sounds certainly possible.
Well, doesn't it make you start thinking about other people that likely were, from that same, batch of plain folk who got sent out together?
Yes, it's what I've been thinking about for a while, and I certainly feared that my brother had suffered the same fate, but
Sounds like he's here. That's pretty good, right?
This is the closest we've ever been, and it certainly feels like a good day, at least.
Attaboy. Malagus slaps you on the back.
You
You done good, Hire. You done good. Now, I will say, it didn't sound very good when they said your brother's been stuck out in the horrible death area for many, many months. But, maybe he's fine.
I mean, it sounds like he's been doing a good job, right? He's, bringing in a bunch of money.
I certainly haven't quite processed that, but I'm trying to take the goods. If he was there, we'll find him. We have done harder things.
Sure, buddy, sure, yeah. In the meantime, though, let's hit the showers, right?
Hit the bath.
Right, so you guys head back through the Temple District on your way, traveling to and from the different alleyways and streets back to your inn. It is properly nighttime now, and as you exit the plinth, the priests all sort of bow to you as you exit. These are the proper priests of nearby churches that seem to be visiting here in their off time to help the poor and destitute. They all sort of give you their different blessings on your way out. You hear some whisper to you, Il Mater bless you. Others say, Mistra bless you. Simple stuff like that. But as you exit, the evening now is on its way into the town of Waterdeep. All of the beautiful wrought iron lampposts are being lit now by lamplighters in the eve, and the streets are lighting up quite nicely. Every window and every little home here seems to have a candle in it, and the streetlights really help to add a fair brightness to the city. You actually notice it's very bright at night here. In fact, you were told not to go a lot of places at night, but it's almost as bright in the nighttime here as it seems to be in the day. You imagine that crime is probably somewhat obvious at night, considering how bright it is here. Even the alleyways have light posts dotting each edge of them, illuminating the alleys brightly, allowing not a lot of shady areas in town in the literal sense.
Mason, there was something small I was wondering if I could have been doing during Hire's conversation.
Talk to me.
I would want to ask around my group mates to see if anyone had a pen and some papers, but starting with Malagus, because I'm pretty sure he does.
I think I've got some pen and paper. Why? What's up?
Can I have it?
Sure.
Great. And then
Yeah.
I want to be making some posters that have a little self-portrait, and underneath it, or not a self-portrait, not a self-portrait, a portrait of Iceland's face with the goggles on, and underneath say, Sir Orpheus the first night. No, sorry, the first night, Sir Orpheus.
Okay, got it. You want to give me we'll say sleight of hand check for that?
Oh yeah, baby. I'm an artist, keep in mind. Artist by profession.
Sure. Yeah.
18. But it's not a detailed portrait. I'm going for making as many of these as possible.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that is easier to do than things. Yeah, you do so. 18. That's a good roll too. You create it. It looks pretty good now. You look at it. You sort of show it off to your pals, and they all say, "Ah, it looks good. It's well drawn."
I don't think I would show it off. I just have the stack in my hand.
No one.
And as we start walking outside, I'm just sticking it to walls.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
Just scattering them.
All right, you're scattering them about. I like it. You do so with Aislenn's picture, or I guess the picture of your body.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. You guys are traveling now back through Waterdeep in the evening times. As you walk back, you encounter another sort of individual out in the streets area. You guys are running into a lot of there just seem to be a lot of characters here. There are just some interesting people that find their way here. However, as you exit the temple ward, just as you're entering the trade ward, you notice that there seems to be a bustling evening marketplace set up here now. While during the daytime they probably sold more daily grocery goods, now it seems to be more exotic herbs and spices, as well as sort of trinkets and souvenirs from distant lands that you can purchase here at a bit of more of an expensive price point. Just as you walk toward where your inn is, you guys are met with a shouting, ranting, and raving Warforged out in the street. The Warforged speaks loudly and has a sort of very classic sign, like a wooden board sign strapped across its chest with rope that reads on it, "The Great March draws near!" Exclamation point. He continues shouting, "Doomsday! Doomsday! All machinations and creations of Mechanus, be warned! Our death day falls near! The Great Modron March draws near! Doomsday!" You guys go to walk by. He sort of shouts at you guys. Once he sees Duelam in your party, he slowly starts walking over to you. You notice he's weighed down by the giant wooden board on his front side, but he nevertheless goes, "You there, are you a Modron? Are you from Mechanus?"
Yes.
The Warforged looks shoddy and rusty. Duelam, just looking at him, you have a bit of an instinct to sort of step away because you don't want any rust in your parts. Then you should be warned, friend. The Great Modron March is close. Once it occurs, it will outlive us all. You will be dead to the world, but your body will keep going, following the Great March for eternity. This one will never end. This one will never end. Doomsday!
How many Waterdeep days until then?
It is close. It will probably be tomorrow.
Wow, that is quite sudden.
Well, but no, I fellow Modron, I'm not sure. The date is unknown to me, though I wish to give every single automaton in this city the warning that it could be tomorrow, so live tonight like it's your last. I know not when it begins, but it will occur during this calendar year.
Thank you.
Be warned! Doomsday! We will all die. The Primus directs it.
The Primus is going to kill you all?
It will occur, yes, Doomsday! Samir tries to huddle you guys and goes, "Listen, we must move on. This is unhealthy for Duelam to hear this."
Okay. Samir, is that actually a thing that's going to
Guys
happen?
scoot along.
To Duelam?
Yes, that is something that is known to happen, but it is probably not going to happen that soon. And by the time it does, we might have Duelam freed from the technology that binds him to Mechanus.
Would it impact you as well?
Yes, it would. It impacts all constructs.
But you said you could free Duelam.
Well, I would, of course, free myself when I figure it out too.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. But you haven't
This is
figured that out yet?
hypothetical. I'm hoping maybe Dr. Him would be able to inform us more about this, but I don't.
I see.
It is a horror story, many young construct.
Oh,
At least that's how my father, when I was built.
I see.
You lose sight of yourself. Every stereotype that is given about us mechanical creatures or constructs, mindlessness, following orders with no personality, all of those stereotypes come true during the Great March. You lose sight of yourself and just become a machine. It's effectively like death. Your personality is killed.
It's even worse than death in that way.
You heard that, Duelam? You would die during this. It is a different person than you are now. You are yourself. We don't want this to happen, even if the Primus directs it.
But I'm not a person now, am I?
Well, it is semantics of the word, Duelam. You are alive. You are a conscious creature that has wants, needs, dislikes, and likes. That is what makes you a person.
I guess I don't really trust the current Primus.
Oh, see, already sacrilege you speak of. Not offensive, but that is good. That means you are considering things for yourself. Proud of you, Duelam.
Good work, Duelam.
Well, it's because I'm not quite sure that it's actually his messages.
Oh?
A lot of these messages seem pretty off, from what I've heard.
Off from what the Primus normally speaks of?
Yes.
See, is this something that I should be aware of too? Would you like to discuss it?
Well, I'm not sure if you get messages from Mechanus that often.
I suppose not in the same way you do. But I just, this Modron March would affect me, so I would, I suppose, like to know if that is something that I should be worried about. What do you think?
Currently, I think that there's some sort of power struggle.
I see. Between the Primus and whoever is, you said, sending these messages?
I think so.
Interesting. Very interesting. This is sort of revolutionary if it's true, Duelam.
It's very strange.
You
Yes,
think
very.
someone else has taken over your plane?
I found it strange that I was being messaged by the second in command rather than Primus itself.
I see. That is unusual. Normally Primus commands you directly, right?
Correct.
Well, this could be worth investigating. Let us discuss it with the individuals in the great school. In the meantime, though, we should get some rest. And I also believe it would be worth looking more into the people that Hire has found here. Hire, you said your goddess told you to look after them, is that right?
Yes, she did.
Well, that is a good sign then. Yes, it means that we found the people that you were looking for.
It's certainly great. I wish there were more of them, but Ether said that she would send them to me, and
Here
she
they
did.
are. That is excellent.
Yes, it was nice to see everyone again.
Samir nods his head very astutely at you and goes, "You are a good person, Hire. You have a good heart. I believe that this will take you far in life, and right now it is taking you to look after your associates as if they were yours. That is admirable."
Thank you. I appreciate it, especially from you, Samir. If anything, you are already all my people, even if you don't worship the same I do.
Oh,
Of
thank
course.
you, Hired. You're my people too, even though you're still alive.
I hear that sort of thing is temporary anyway.
Exactly. I think I'll be seeing some of you sooner or later.
Yeah, I guess if this goes bad for one of us, at least you would be able to visit them, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's possible my plane is only humans. I'm not actually totally sure about that.
Oh, okay. Well,
I guess it's the sort of thing you don't really think about while you're there.
You wore a giant suit of armor, right?
True.
So perhaps they were, perhaps they weren't.
Well, no, exactly. Like, maybe their souls were just looking like humans. Or maybe I just saw them as humans. It's impossible to say.
It is quite challenging, but nevertheless, this is good news all around. I believe we have a good things waiting then in this city. I was worried that we would be a bit worried about what we hear, but I don't know. I still worry about you, Dylan, especially about what you are hearing in the street now.
Yes, the march seems scary.
Yes, but you are strong. You are brave. You will be okay.
Thank you. But we should prepare. If that Warforged in the street is right, that it'll happen tomorrow.
I don't think you should worry about that, Dylan. Ha ha ha. Probably won't happen
Was
tomorrow.
it a joke?
It might have been, buddy.
Strange.
Yes, unusual joke. I didn't understand it. All right, with that, you guys make your way back to the Flaming Boar. This is you make your way back to the mead hall here, the mess hall on the lower floors, and up the stairs to your inn, as it is evening time now, and you guys can all rest. Your rooms are exactly how you left them, and you find that there are even little walk-in closets in both rooms that have a number of robes in there made of white, fluffy fabric that looks to be some sort of hide of an animal. You're not exactly sure what type of animal, but very fluffy and soft.
Probably polar bear.
right.
Roll for polar bear.
Each one is embroidered on the front with a red symbol of a boar's head, sort of in profile with the back end on fire. They also come with little slippies.
Oh yeah, those are going on.
As
Yeah.
you guys arrive back, Samir pulls you guys aside and goes, "Listen, I believe today was very successful. We were able to remove Father Luces from the group, although it felt somewhat quick. Should we maybe? Never mind. Never mind. I was just wondering if we should give him money or something. It felt anticlimactic the way we got rid of him, considering all he's done to us and for us."
He hasn't done much for us.
Well, yes, but is there any way that this could go poorly? Just dumping him there? I mean,
I
don't
he has
believe-
been helping.
the lady's punishments can be undone, but he could still be corrupted into evil.
I
Can't
mean-
any of us?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's not really so much our responsibility anymore. We got him home-ish.
I don't like how we did it, but I
That's
don't
it.
see an alternative, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, I think he's lucky to still have a chance at life.
I agree with that. I
I
feel like he can just repent for the rest of his life, you know?
I'm
Wait,
not
what
even sure if this
was
is the
horrible?
same Father Lucis. That it feels like a different person to me, but this version of him, that there's no need to suffer exponentially.
I agree with your point on getting him home, but now that he is here in the material plane, your plan is to just abandon him here? I feel like we should owe him more. I don't.
You're really quiet again.
Is this better right here? Hello?
Yeah.
It's hard to say when you're not doing Samir's voice, because that's the quiet one.
Hello? Hi, my
Yeah,
name is
that's
Samir.
good. That's good.
Right, so, I just, did we really, you took him to his home, and I agree with that, but now that he is here, your plan is to just abandon him here? Shouldn't we check on him, or give him supplies, or something? It's just like we left him here. Left him.
Well, there's no reason we can't check on him.
Well, I don't want it to feel like a chore.
I don't know how much more we can do for him.
Listen, the old man will be fucking fine. You know, he'll probably get some sweet priest gooch. You know, finally get his dick wet, and then that'll set him straight, and then he'll die in like 4 years, and that'll be that.
That sort of thing sets people straight?
Oh, I don't want him to be set straight. I want him to suffer, then die of old age.
Oh, where's the... Never mind. Here's the thing, Samir. I think it's very nice. You have a very gentle heart, but this is a horrible man. And we have left him in the care of people who take in strays, so I don't know really what more we can do for him. I mean, we could give him some money, but I don't think it'll serve him that particularly well. I think he's going to live a humble life, and it is honestly better than the life he deserves.
I want to gauge your group as its internal compass, if you would. It is for the reason that he was an evil man that you have left him there without so much as a goodbye from some of us.
Oh, we did say goodbye.
Yes,
I
but
know
then
I
you said, Hyra did not, Demos did not.
I did. I spoke.
You did speak.
Samir, you need to understand, it's not like he was a friend of ours. He was a really horrible person.
That is all I want to know. That is the reason. You all have these goals to send many people back to their home planes.
Oh, yes.
In fact, that is even a goal of mine too, to go back to my home plane, and you all agreed to it. I just want to double check that it won't be for everyone, that you merely arrive there and rid yourself of it. That's all.
No, of course not. I mean, you know, I'm going to be much more sad to see Jaya go than I was to see the priest go.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Why does anyone have to go? I mean, of course, if Jaya wants to return to his home, he should, but it seems like you all like your own company a lot. In fact, I can't remember the last time Demos has spoken of his home plane. It seems like Demos is enjoying more time here. But of course, it is your choice.
Well, I want to go back to my home plane. And
Yes,
Jaya has a family he has to return to.
This all is. I don't want to impose on anyone's specific goals. I just want to make sure that we're all in this. I just enjoy your company as a group. So it is imagining each one of us sort of falling off the way Father Luces just did. It dropped off in their home, never to be seen again. That's sad.
It's a sad thought, but it's going to have to happen to some of us.
I'm sorry, Samira. I wish we could do more, but there's already so much horrible things that we need to do, and I want to help Father Luces. I really do, but there are people I want to help more, and I can't help but look at him and see the man that almost got all of us killed, got so many killed, got Bagatha killed.
Of course, I just want to look at the bigger picture here. As a group, I enjoy our company. I want to share my feelings.
You are nothing like him, Samir. We would not treat you the same.
I don't think so. I'm going to retire now. I'll see you all in the morning. I'll be awake at exactly 5 a.m.
You're not going to go hot springing with the rest of us?
Not tonight, thank you. He gives you a neutral smile.
All right.
I will see you all in the morning. Have a good evening. He opens the
night.
door, slowly wanders in, turns back and goes, oh, and it was really nice getting to adventure with you all today, even if it was just a day and now we're back in an inn. It was fun. I liked it. He neutral smiles and then he closes the door.
He's very sentimental.
I admire him for it. I think he was partially right. More of us could have said goodbye to Father Luces, perhaps.
Oh, that guy, not a chance. Oh my god, not in the world. I sort of agree with sort of the general crowd's reaction to that. Father Luces was an asshole, you know? We don't like him. I think Samir's just all pissy because he doesn't want us to ditch him in wherever the fuck he's from. What was it called? Fire Hell? Whatever.
Brass City. But he can go back to Surcat. I think he's sad because I think we might be his only friends, and I think he's sad a lot. He just wants to go home.
You know, I think Demos mentioned this too. He doesn't really get out much, right? Like he's sort of a homebody.
Yeah, it feels like maybe besides Demos, he hasn't spoken to anyone else in a long time.
So I think that is what it is, you know? He really only has us. But then, so because of that, he doesn't want all of us to just sort of want our goals to be to get as far away from each other as possible.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
Does that make
truthfully, I feel as if I find common ground in that. I honestly don't wish to leave any of you, but I also wish to respect your own wants and aspirations, goals.
thanks, Hired. I hope you guys know it's not personal that I want to go home. I'm not trying to get away from you. I have a home. I need to go there.
No, of course, you have McQueen and a nation.
Exactly.
Nobody's taking it personally, Orpheus. You're good.
Okay, it just sort of seems like maybe Samir's taking it personally.
He is. Not sure what that's
Okay.
about. Does anyone have any? I don't know.
I mean, he did get abandoned by, like, his only other friend, I guess, like, very recently.
Yeah, and then he learned that she was evil, right? So that's probably not great for him.
Yeah.
I think we've done a lot for Samir, and we've saved him twice now. I think it's natural to want to stay with the people who have treated him well.
Of course, yeah, I don't blame him for feeling this way. I just wish there was a way we could have him feeling better about the situation.
He's a smart guy. He'll figure it out. Besides, maybe he's just out of the house, right? Like, that's where I was going with the whole getting out of the house thing. He could also just be, like, a little uncomfortable because he's not in his, like, hovel, wherever, whatever.
I mean, it's not a hovel. It's a pretty great
Not a
penthouse.
hovel. I just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's a
Are
nice
you
home.
uncomfortable out of your hovel?
I don't have a hovel. You don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You don't even have a hovel.
Shut up, all right? You guys don't know. I'm fine. I'm fucking.
Before we have any more emotional conversations, can we go get in the baths?
Oh God, yes, please. It's
Yeah,
been so many
Okay.
today.
let's do it.
Robes on. I'll hand me your laundry. I'll go dump it all off. I make sure I collect Malagus's as well.
He sighs and does hand it over to you.
Great. Okay, robes on. March.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, you get the group marching. You guys all slowly make your way down the halls to the hot springs in the back of this area. There are a number of amenities back of the Flaming Boar. You find concert halls back here that could fit several dozen people. There are conference rooms as well for high nobility to arrive here and do special dealings. You even find small, it would almost look like booths open up with vendors selling candies. There are vendors here selling candies and late night snacks and even some fine alcohol that look to just sort of be like shoppable snacks that you can get in the middle of the night if you're hungry. Also back
Any
here is
raisins?
you look through. Yes, there are. You can get a pack of raisins for copper.
Done. I'll go ahead and get 4 packs. Actually,
4 packs
just make
of
it
raisins.
10. 10 packs. I toss a
10,
silver piece.
10 packs of raisins. Grab them all, baby. Easy. Okay, cool. You grab the raisins and head back to your group, quickly catching up. Do you guys want to just roam through the halls wearing robes?
Absolutely not.
Not
I'd
a
love
fucking
until we
chance.
got there to change.
Got it. Okay, so you change out when you get there. In the meantime, though, the rest of you guys are still out and about.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would ask, like, hey, which way to the hot springs?
The people that seem to operate this establishment guide you as they would. There is a steamy glass door at one of the far ends of the hallways here that opens up to a beautiful sauna/hot springs. Back here, there aren't exactly like hot springs in the traditional sense where there is like a spring spewing out warm water. Instead, it looks to be just one giant row of enormous bathtubs. Each one looks to be carved out of a stone. You see, like, the stones that were likely hauled off of Mount Waterdeep herself were dragged down here and carved out, smoothed on the inside to a perfect marbly finish. You see veins of all sorts of ores running through the stones, and these things are giant. Each one of these giant tubs could fit 20 plus people, and they're all filled to the brim with hot, steaming water, warm water that seems to flow from the edges of fountains and spill over the edges of each of these to drains on the floor below. There are lots of people here, this being sort of a public bathhouse. You see roughly 20 or so people all scattered among the different giant tubs, Some of the tubs sort of connect in small places where you could swim over a small little valley into another large basin. And there seem to be all sorts of hooks on the walls for you to place your clothes. There's a small bathroom in the back area, and there even seems to be an attendant in the corner here who bows as you all walk in and goes, "Oh, good evening, welcome to the bathhouse. If you would like a beverage or any sort of food while you're here, please let me know and I can fetch it for you right away."
What's the most popular beverage people order here?
"Oh, well, my lady, in terms
sir.
pardon me, sir, in terms
Thank
of
you.
Raw popularity, it has to be one of our many ales. But if you would like to discuss some of our finer, more popular drinks, we have a couple of fine wines and bubbly drinks that we serve here that are some of the finest in all of Waterdeep.
Bubbly drinks?
Have you ever had a bubbly drink? It's enchanted. Magic brewers are able to enhance the beverage with bubbles that sort of make it sizzle as it goes down your throat.
Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those, please.
Yes, of course. I can happily fetch that for you. And the figure smiles with a kind smile and goes, "Would anyone else like anything?"
Do you guys have water here?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch that for you. Any stew? We have a special tonight on stew in bread bowl.
Red Bull?
Yes, a bowl carved of bread where they place the stew inside and you eat the bread as well as the stew. Quite genius.
I'll have one of those.
Yes, of course. That'll all come out to 9 silver pieces for the lot.
I thought it was complimentary. Do you guys want the bubbly drinks? I'll still get them for you if you want them, but if you're not into them, I'm just gonna buy the one.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I think my water is probably good enough for me. Actually, how much is the water?
I will fetch you the water.
Oh, how classy.
Yes, of course. I might also, if you're looking to have a proper celebration tonight, that we have more stronger ales, and if you're looking for something simply as a Waterdeep special, for those who are outsiders, I always recommend a good Tsar. That is our local mulled wine, a Waterdeep special.
Maybe I'll just order 1 bubbly drink and 1 stew.
Counting the coins. Right, then, could I collect from then 2 silver pieces?
Yeah, ready, go.
Right, thank
Clink,
you.
clink.
I hand the 2 over, please subtract 2, and the figure nods to you now and disappears off. You guys are left in a large bathhouse with lots of steaming sort of mineral baths.
Cool, I'm going in. Did you say, are there any big ones where we could all sit together? It's just lines of little ones.
They're all big ones. Every single one of the ones in here is
perfect.
huge. I put you in the mind of the Spirited Away giant tanks that you can be in.
Love it.
So
Okay,
that's sort of what it
cannonball.
is. All right, are you de-dressing or are you going in with the robe?
Oh, I hadn't even considered I could go. Yeah, I'll go in with the robe.
Okay.
Keeping it classy.
The classy, I like it. Malagus follows you after getting completely buck naked, and
Great.
if you guys want Tick to join you as well, she will politely watch from a far distance.
I do feel it's weird to bring a kid to the bathhouse. I think there's a line.
That's where you cross it, right there. Go back and forth.
Yeah, that's my personal boundary.
Sort of dance on the line.
So some sort of line dance.
Whoa. All right, then we'll assume you left Tick in the room that you guys have.
I think that's for the best.
All right, so you guys are all jumping in the bath here and letting off steam for the day. Would anyone like to do anything specific here, or just sort of enjoy the space?
Cleaning hair, deep clean. Make sure Malagus cleans his hair.
I'll clean my damn hair. Don't fucking worry about it. Right?
Okay, just scrub it really good.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
there
right.
complimentary soap?
Yes, there is soap all over the place here.
Oh my god, luxury upon luxury. This sounds so nice.
Is that Orpheus talking or Maisie?
That was Maisie. Maisie's imagining how good it would feel to be in a hot spring right now.
Right, you guys spend some time here. After about 10 minutes of soaking and you really feel the heat crawling up through your body, Orpheus, the servant for presents you with a tray of a beautiful loaf of bread carved out in the center, filled with a hot, creamy soup. It looks like some sort of tomato soup, and it smells divine. Beside it is a tall glass filled with some sort of sparkling liquid. It's gorgeous. The figure plants it in front of you. You notice also there's some accoutrement on this little servant's table as well. You see a bowl of salted nuts, and there's also a few washcloths to wash off your hands.
Lovely. I have the best meal of my life so far, probably.
It is delightful. As you begin feasting, you find yourself beyond impressed with how delicious this all is. The bread and the tomato soup especially is a standout for you.
This
What
is
are you
really
eating
incredible.
over there?
Do you want some? It's really good.
No. What is it though? Maybe I want it.
It's like tomato and bread and salted nuts, and there's some little towels too.
That sounds stupid. What do you want that for? Do you eat the towels?
Oh, dumbass. You just use them on your hands.
What, to wipe off the stank that you got?
Yeah.
Well, you do have a lot of that. Am I right,
Splash him.
guys? Am I right?
I
Hey,
splash him.
fuck you.
I splash him and then I yell, if you splash me back, you'll get into the tomato soup, so you can't splash me back.
Fuck
Splash
you,
me in.
Orifice. What if I splash Duelam, huh? What's gonna happen to you, buddy? Are you gonna die?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's good. Just, double checking. I want you to be alright.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, listen, are you guys you sort of getting the vibe that I am, that this city kind of rocks? So far, I feel like all we've had to do is spend some money and we've been treated really well.
Yeah, it's been pretty excellent so far, actually.
Yeah. I sort of want to, get to see all the areas, too, I want to go by the docks, because it sounded like we could perhaps negotiate transportation to other planes from people that work there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Duelam, you get a little ping in your head.
Oh.
Something is sending right now.
What?
You hear a voice echo out in your head. This is the voice of the Lady of Pain.
Uh-oh.
Duelam, I send this message to you, for I trust you most in the group. Frederick is sick. I do not blame you for this, but he is useless to me. He cannot fix the portal. I am quarantining him. And that is the end of the send.
Okay.
May I respond?
How many words do you get? 25?
25.
Apologies. I did not know it would be that bad. Would you like us help some other way?
A few seconds go by, and you receive another sending in your head.
Slots for
No
days.
need for help. We can solve this on our own. But he is infected with the Iron Shadow. It arrived from Weft. Be warned. Check yourself.
Thank you. Will do. Apologies again. Was not aware he had Iron Shadow.
No response to this one, and it goes quiet. What's up, Duelam? You look weird.
It was the Lady of Pain. She said that Frederick was infected with the planar virus.
Oh!
That's too bad.
She said he's being quarantined and to check ourselves if we have it.
How would we know if we did?
Luckily, none of us have it. Where are my clothes, by the way?
Did she mention how they were treating Frederick?
She just said that they were quarantining him.
Shit, I forgot. I was going to ask around in the Temple District if anyone could heal Malagus.
Sounds like even more reason to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean we should quarantine Malagus?
What? No. I don't
thought
feel like healing
I thought
from
we
anything.
discovered that it only spread in that plane, didn't we?
I think she said it could spread throughout planes, right?
Yeah, I don't know if she said that, Iron. That's okay, though.
Oh,
It's a disease. That's what she said. Diseases spread from people to people.
might mean that.
Well, what'd you say about Frederick? Is he sick?
Yes.
He's really sick. Oh, sorry. I guess I don't. Sorry. That was stupid.
What's that, Orpheus? You saying something?
I'm just. Wait 1 sec. I can say something funny. I'm just.
Oh
Very
no,
nice.
he doesn't know how to swim.
Get up, Orpheus. Come on. Orpheus, your robe is getting all wet. You know you're going to have to wear that out of here. You're going to be dripping wet through the whole inn.
Wait, you
What
wore
if the
a
servant
rope?
can fetch me a new one? A robe. Robe.
Yeah, Oro wore a robe into the fucking hot springs like an idiot.
I don't think they're supposed to be wet like that. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to get as naked as the rest of you. I don't see how that's a failing.
You don't have anything else to change into.
I'll just ask for a fresh robe. I'm sure they can do that.
Now, Orpheus, we didn't say it was a failing. It's okay.
That still makes it sound like it's. I know it's okay.
We forgive you.
It's a failing. Somebody had a failing.
I look around. Is everyone else naked, or is anyone else wearing robes?
Duelam is naked, right?
Yeah.
I meant like outside of the party. Or yeah, I guess are any of you guys wearing clothes?
I'm wearing a robe.
Oh.
Deimos, get it! See, it's not that weird!
Higher, you
I
said
have-
you're also like wearing something, right?
I have I think a full towel wrapped around.
No, honestly, Deimos, I sort of wish you didn't wear the robe.
Whoa! Take it off, big boy!
I mean, I've been curious, how does it look where the dragon connects to the lion?
If we're all agreeing it's socially acceptable, I was also wondering that and think you could be naked if you wished. Walk us through it, champ.
No, I'd like to see it too.
Wow, this is quite, okay. I think he's
No.
sort of like, no? He stands up in the tub, and you see Demos sort of like almost purposefully like keep his chest towards you guys and keep his back against the wall, and he sort of
Full
starts to
frontal.
lower. He starts to lower the robe a little bit, from his shoulders, and you can sort of see that from starting from his, should I say, his neck, and then entering to his torso, you see a gradient, I should say, of black scales that sort of slowly fade into like soft fur.
I didn't know it would be a gradient.
Yes. Yeah, I guess you could say my parts sort of mesh into each other.
So, were you grown from being a baby, or were you an adult when you began to exist?
Yeah, no. I right when I was hatched. This is just how I looked. Yes.
Like from an egg?
Yes, I believe so. At least that's what I guess you could say my pseudo father told me.
From a dad?
Samir?
And it's not Samir?
It's
your
yeah,
other pseudo dad?
No.
Sort of a Play-Doh dad.
It's
Not fair.
Not fair.
Save some for the rest of us.
okay. But yes, I did have an original pseudo dad that I have not seen in a long time.
Well, shit, is he out there somewhere?
I honestly don't know what happened to him. I guess he sort of disappeared after a while. I don't know. There were some rumors in the court that I served in that he was quite insane. And I feel like that happens to insane people. So
That they
Did you
go
love
missing?
him?
Yes, that they go missing, and no, he didn't seem to care much for me. I seemed a bit of a disappointment, I think. But that's okay. That's okay.
I
Well, fuck
disappointed
him.
Dionysia too.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck him.
Oh, thank you
Fuck
guys.
Casino, right? Fuck that guy.
Exactly. Thank you.
I have a question for the broader group. How many of you guys have like families where you come from?
I mean, I don't have like a biological, family, but there was a kobold that took care of me.
Like an older kobold, like a parent figure?
Yeah. Yes, I call her my mother.
Oh, that's nice. Wait, so, and we never even heard about this, Hire, but you have like a brother?
Yeah.
That's what the other guy was saying.
Not by blood, but I believe we were rescued from the same place originally by Ethera, and Monty and I grew up together. I know we were, again, not related by blood, but it really felt like a family growing up.
Shit, that's awesome.
I felt we had all we needed.
That sounds nice.
What about, everyone else?
Fuck family, I don't get it.
Cool.
I guess every other autognome is sort of like a brother.
Brother.
But you don't have anyone who takes care of you? Or used to take care of you?
No, not really.
It's the same in Valhalla. While some people are viewed as younger. You're not really. There's no real. I don't know. I say Diamisha was somewhat like a mother, but she wouldn't have been considered such here. More a teacher who I met with from time to time.
I think it matters just what you consider. Doesn't need any paperwork or anything.
I didn't have any perspective on it back then, so I thought it was parental, but seeing how Deimos and Samir are, I don't think it would have seemed parental here. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. And I believe she'll come around.
Maybe back in Valhalla.
Maybe. I mean, there's no downside if you wait and find that she's not the person you remember, You don't need that kind of life, necessarily.
I suppose the fear is just that out of everyone, she was probably one of my 3 closest, what I would have considered friends, but now, if I can't trust her, it's, can I trust Abel? I don't know, I would like to, but probably not.
I don't think I understand what you're saying. Are you saying, like, everyone from your home might have changed?
Exactly, what if they're all very different when they're alive?
Well,
there's just no way of knowing.
I think we saw with Bisk is still Bisk, even though he had a little bit of hard time with the outside world.
But Bisk is still Bisk.
I think Abel could find his way.
Besides,
Maybe.
that's the first person who's, like, really using their name, too, Like, obviously you call yourself Orpheus, but, you didn't even know there were other people from Valhalla, and it sounds like when he was breaking out, he was already saying, my name's Abel. So, it feels like that means he's probably still got the same personality, unless that sounds unusual for him.
Honestly, being able to set his mind to break it out sounds unusual for him, but I don't know. It also is somewhat unusual for him that he chose to come here anyways, but that could be unusual in a good way rather than a bad way.
I thought
Maybe
you were
he's found
told.
some determination.
I thought you were told he came here to look for you in particular.
Yes, I was, but I don't know. He's not the type to usually set his mind to something, but I'll be glad if I'm glad to know he has.
Well, maybe it just needed to be something important enough.
Yeah, maybe this time is different,
Yeah.
Well, I feel like for now, we're in the right city, we've got the right people, and to be honest, I'm really excited about this fucking inn that we found. Good call on whoever picked this one.
I think Doolam had the final say, right? Who was it?
If anything, it was tough though.
Good job, Tufto.
Uh-oh, Doolam party leader.
Golem, you're the
Shogunate.
party leader? Fuck yeah.
Tufto is my shogunate.
You're the shogunate and Tufto is the shogunate's shogunate.
Is Tufto in the room right now?
As you guys continue stewing for a while, nothing else of interest happens. There are several comings and goings of people as you guys are here. You get to see a lot of... it's mostly middle-aged humans and elves that seem to come into this specific area. These look to all be nobility, people who are likely traveling from afar or simply want a luxurious getaway and come to this specific location for a bit. But they don't really make note of your crew. You do know that even though you've seen some unusual race of people in town of Waterdeep, for the most part, it still seems like Waterdeep is dominated by the big 3 of humans, elves, and dwarves as the main races that seem to wander around here. Again, every once in a while you'll catch a stray dragonborn or even a kobold, but it seems like a much smaller percentage of the population comparatively. And after a while, you guys are, you feel the heat starting to get to your head, and not quite a headache, but it's starting to come on now where you're like, okay, we're done here. And Malagus hops out, and he grabs a towel off one of the walls and goes, all right, well, that went really well, you guys. I feel like we're closer because of that,
Yeah, kind of, me too.
No one got in a fight, and Doolam even took a call.
Yeah.
All right,
got
well,
Doolam constantly working.
let's get some rest here, right? And it sounds like we got a big day tomorrow. And just, another thing that I think we should do while in town is, I know we're not very flush with cash right now, but with a town this big, I'm sure that idiots like us can find coin pretty easily. I mean, it sounds like Monty's been doing that as well. We should go shopping here, buy ourselves some stuff, some defenses. I don't know if you guys saw, but when we were walking through the temple district, I noticed a couple of the priests were selling potions of healing. And it was expensive, but, wouldn't it be nice if each of us was carrying around, 1 or 2 of those?
It would.
Yeah, that
How
would
much
be
did they
nice.
cost a piece? Did you see?
Yeah, they were charging 50 gold per one.
Oh.
I know, but I just, what if we figure out something to do here to get money? I mean, I know we haven't had the conversation yet, but I think we need to have the conversation about currency. A lot of you come from places where it's not worth anything, but let old Malagus tell you a thing or Uncle Mally tells you this. Money makes life better. You can't buy happiness with money, but it's better to cry in a Rolls than cry in the Honda. That's right there.
Top 10 Malagus quotes.
That's a Malagus quote. So what I mean to say is, I know we've got lots of high and mighty, valiant goals. Goals for good, like helping hires people, at least settle down and have a better home, and finding Monty, and at least checking in with the doctor around here. But on top of all that, I think we should also make it a priority to actually get some spending money that we can use. I don't know how much longer I can afford to stay at this specific inn, and if we end up spending a month here, I don't know if I could keep up with it. Though I know we're splitting it like 7 ways, but it's the little things like the drink.
Well, you shouldn't drink so much, but I think maybe while we're looking for Monty, we could probably make some money in the mines as well.
True, and we should also go looking for your friend Abel too. I mean, I would likely guess that an escaped prisoner probably has a price on their head, so it could be worth it where if we find Abel and you like him, we can keep him, and if you don't like him, we can make money off of it.
I don't know about turning him back in. Even if I don't like him, I'd like him to go back home. No.
I feel like we don't need to be involved in the criminal justice system of every place we go to.
Why not?
Yeah. I can't believe you're the one who wants to be involved with the cops, Malagus.
But we're earning money from them. Wouldn't want to do that.
Not on Abel's head, but tomorrow maybe we set out and do some searching for Abel. And we need to see Dr. Him. And of course we need to talk to... We need to search for Hire's brother.
Yeah, all
Yes,
good. Let's do it. But first, let's rest.
Have a lot to do tomorrow.
First, let's rest.
All right, so,
Excuse me, can I get a clean robe?
after a few moments, the attendants do return with a clean robe for you, Orpheus. It does take a minute, but they successfully bring you over something, and you can dress yourself.
Yeah, I do a spin move to dress with absolutely zero modesty lost.
The group of you then ascends back up toward rooms that you've set out for. You're a little wet on the way, but you got little slippies to dry yourself off, and the mead hall itself is bustling with activity still, even now, as it sort of draws toward midnight. There's all sorts of folk bustling around here. As you make your way to your doors, you notice in front of both of your doors is a meal set out in a tray similar to the one Orpheus just got. It's a small meal, probably not enough to feed 6 people as you're cramming in here, but it could certainly feed 3 comfortably. Like, it's a well-fed meal for 3 people. You notice Samir hasn't touched his. You imagine that he probably won't eat it because he doesn't need to, so the rest of you guys can share the 2 that are there. It looks to be some sort of pork chop, glazed over with a honey gravy, sided with some peas and carrots, as well as some loaves of bread.
I already ate, so you guys feel free to split it.
I'm good. I'm all right. Listen, I'm more worried about this whole sleeping situation. Can we talk about how we're going to do this?
I'll take the floor. I've got a bedroll from Jackknife.
I will also take the floor.
Oh, well, if you guys insist.
So maybe Hire and Tick share, Demos and Malagus share?
Hear that, Demos?
I guess that could work. You see Demos start putting pillows as a wall to divide.
Hello?
The classic pillow wall.
I don't smell that bad. What the fuck?
I guess you did just bathe, Malagus, so... I guess
Yes,
it's not that
look.
bad.
You notice Malagus's hair already looks kind of greasy. You have no idea how it happens fast.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no,
He is diseased.
Oh,
I don't have a disease.
I forgot about that. Oh, Malagus. Are you sure you don't want to sleep in the bathtub tonight?
What the fuck?
It sounds so cozy in there, you know?
Bathtub. Guys, Demos is trying to put me in the tub. He's trying to tub me.
It's not so bad sleeping on the ground, Mally.
I don't go there. He looks at you pissed, Demos, and then finally goes, you know what? I'll go. Fine. Fuck it. I'll go on the floor. You take up that whole room all by yourself, Demos.
Okay. Simmer down, Mally. What did you guys switch? Trade
Switch? I
off, I
don't
mean.
switch.
Always on the bottom, then?
What the fuck? I can't win.
It's okay, Malagus. You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
sleep in my bed with me.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Yes, yeah. I take pity. I take pity where I can. I win with. And you guys
Oh.
all get ready to go to bed. Does anyone else want to do anything special before they rest for?
Oh yeah, as soon as the others walk into their room, I'm banging on Samir's door.
Why are you like this?
I would just try to open it, but I'm assuming it's locked.
There's no response for about 4 or 5 seconds.
Blah, blah, blah.
You hear a quiet voice from the other side. Orpheus, what is it?
Open the door.
I want to know what I'm opening it for.
It's Orpheus.
You hear a very quiet click from the other side as he unlatches the door.
Perfect. Push it open.
You push it open, and you almost hit him on the nose again, and he jumps
Oh,
back.
sorry.
You notice he is wearing different clothes. That he is wearing the comfy robe that was found in the closet.
Hey, no buddies. So I slammed the door shut behind me.
You notice he's in the complete darkness of his room. It looks like all the lights are off in here. You close the door, and now the two of you are in the dark alone.
It's okay. I've got my goggles on. I can see just fine.
He looks at you, completely still.
Earlier, you seemed really sad. I just wanted to make sure you understand that none of us are going to our own planes because we don't like you. And if someone was going to a different plane, I don't think it would ever be your fault. I think it would probably have more to do with them and their issues than it does with you. And it's not something you should take as personal failing.
Orpheus, have I ever told you that I was once to be in an adventuring party?
You were once to be in an adventuring party? No, you haven't.
Yes, it was actually one of the reasons my father created as part of my, I suppose, duties around the house was to find a group to join, to make friends. It was what Samir would have done, is what fathers.
Huh.
And so I did. I went looking, I explored. Of course, this was all in the city of Brass. There's not a lot of adventuring to do on the plane of elemental fire. Haha. Just considering it's dangerous to leave the plane, leave the city, I should say, let alone explore the plane. But there is some adventuring to do in the itself.
Oh.
And I did. I found a group that was nice to me. They accepted me in, and we did one job, and after that, the group disbanded, and I never saw them again.
Oh.
And I suppose it is rude to think this, but I saw them as a group together often after that job, and it made me think that they perhaps did not disband, and that perhaps I was removed for some.
Mason, I'm tearing up in real life.
And it is a small thing, and I know it is...
No, that is not a small thing, Samir. That is a horrible thing those people did.
It is... I know it is very cattish to bring this up so many years
No,
later,
it is
but
not cattish.
was in the very first year of my life that this happened. The very first year of my existence, when I was still young in the brain. Sort of like Dulam is. Impressionable.
Yes.
And I just suppose I have always had this small urge in my heart to join another group like that. I suppose I never thought I would. I enjoyed settling down. But now that I am here and I feel like we are that group, I don't want to be a part of it if the final goal of this group is for everyone to depart.
Weird. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Those people are horrible, and they're really stupid for not wanting you around because you're pretty much the best party member anyone could want.
He flicks on a lantern next to him, and it sort of blinds you for a moment in your night vision goggles as he does so, and then you get a better look at him in the light now, and he still has just a completely new expression over his face as he goes. This is just how I feel about the matter. I enjoy this group, but adventuring parties are a popular thing right now, but I can't think of any adventuring party who wants to disband and yet still goes on adventure. And the whole point is that it is a group that you stay with until death. Usually traumatic, awful, horrible death at the hands of a monster, but it is people who like each other, who want to spend time with each other, who enjoy the victories. It is something I realized today, that the victory that this group is aiming for is the separation of them.
Well, that's not completely true. Not all of us want to go. Hyde wants to stay. Dulam wants to stay. Deimos wants to stay. I want to go home and Jaya does, but we want to be around you. I think maybe you could think of it as you and Dulam and Hyre and Deimos are the adventuring party, and you're escorting me and Jaya home. I don't know how Malagus goes into the equation or Tick, but they're on one side or the other.
His facial expression does not change at all, and he merely responds, "This is just how I feel about them. I don't expect you to change. I just want to express where that earlier outburst came."
It wasn't an outburst, and you don't have to apologize for it. But thank you for explaining to me how you're feeling.
Of course, and it was an outburst, and I'm not apologizing for it. I'm just giving evidence for it.
I see.
For me, too. Anyway, I hope this clears up the air, and I harbor no ill will. I just want to make sure that everyone's head is...
Of course. Samir, we're never going to leave you behind alone. Do you understand that?
Don't worry about me. I'm okay.
I will, because we're a party, or you're the party and I'm being delivered. It's a blurry line, but I'm going to worry about you either way.
Sure, but right now I'm actually most worried about Demos.
You're worried about Demos?
Yes, this is his first party, I suppose, and I don't want that to be his first experience, like the way I had.
Just so you know, you're a little quiet.
I don't want that to be his first experience, the same way I had.
Well, I won't let it. I don't think the others will either. We like Demos a lot, just as we like you a lot. I'm really sorry those people did that to you.
I don't blame them. I was awkward and likely not very friendly.
Who cares? I'm awkward. I am friendly, but I'm probably more awkward than you are. And you still like having me around.
Yes. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
No. Good night.
I will see you at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.? Why?
This is when I told you I would wake up. I gave you a warning. I assume everybody is asleep.
What time is it now?
Like 11.
Oh, God. Last I heard, 6 hours. No, Samir, that's not right. You don't treat friends like that.
I gave you a fair warning many ago.
But, look, they're all still fighting over who has to share a bed with Malagus. It's going to be Deimos, by the way. We can't wake up by 5.
Samir
10
sighs,
a.m.
looks back into his room and goes, "Do you want to send the Malagus over here?"
No.
Okay.
We like you too much to do that to you. But we're going to go back. I'll settle the sleeping debates. And then I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm going to sleep for a long time. Because maybe I kind of like sleeping.
He nods his head and a neutral smile comes over. Good night, Orifice.
Good night, Samir Arvilas.
He walks you out the
Proprietor
door.
of the Broken Compass.
Closes it softly behind you.
I'm confused why he didn't slam it, and then I go ahead and slam open the door to our bedroom.
Head back in the room. So like I was saying, Demos, I really think my cold feet in the middle of the night is going to be good for you, not bad.
Malagus, I will literally cast prestidigitation on your feet to warm them up. I do not mind.
You do that for me? Alright, let me pull him out real quick. That's really kind, Demos. Alright, let me pull him out for you real quick. Hold on.
Oh, God.
Hold on. You gotta really slop off the socks. They were real wet in the bath.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Can I get a visual description of Malagus's feet, please?
Those are for our Patreon subscribers only. Please follow us on Patreon to get the Malagus feet cut. 10 minutes, uncensored, uncut.
Describe all the senses. I need the smell too.
Taste.
The taste.
Feel.
Mouthfeel.
Taste is insane.
That is fucking insane. Alright, let's fucking go to bed.
Samir's going to wake us up at, I think, 9 a.m. So, good night. Mwah, mwah.
Alright, so who is sleeping in the beds? Demos and Malagus are in one, and Hyre and Tick are in the other?
That's all Tick.
You're on the floor? Okay,
Oh,
she
yeah.
looks pretty small in there. You guys are both small creatures. In a queen bed, you could probably take up all the room you need and not even touch each other.
Okay, fine. I begrudgingly put some silver coins on the bed and lay on top of them.
Tick settles in, sort of nesting in a bundle of blankets. And you guys fall asleep, sort of out of the half-closed curtain. See the dark form of Mount Waterdeep in the distance with the glittering lights at its base. You guys all get a long... As you rest, Let me think. Demos doesn't drink, so fuck that.
I'm so glad that part of the arc is just lost.
Yeah, totally gone.
Yeah.
I love it. Higher, you have a dream. Higher, you're having a dream. You're in a dark, dingy place. It's wet and frightening down here. You think you might be looking for Monty. You're exploring long passageways, and it's slimy on the walls, and it's dark down here. You try to bring up some light, but you don't feel like anything's working. You try to cast a spell, but then all of a sudden Ether's blessings are far from you and nothing happens. All of a sudden things are quite frightening. You feel that something's chasing you. Turn around and see that there's some sort of ghostly presence following you, like a spirit. It follows close and it scares you and it makes you feel frightened, and you try to run away from it, but the hallway gets longer and longer. All of a sudden the ghost appears right behind you and it speaks. Look. You want to do anything?
Look.
Yep. You're turned away from it. You can't see it.
I feel like in my mind, like my body like moves like involuntarily to look.
You slowly turn around and you are horrified to see Monty's face in this ghost, dead to all the world. It's a horrifying sight, and you wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. You look around, and you're still in the room, and it's dark out. And you see that there's a breeze rolling through some sort of hole in the ceiling above you, some sort of internal AC that they have built into this room that's pointed right at your face. You feel cold.
I think, for a second, it's just mostly like laying there, feeling unable to move, and then slowly Higher realizes he can move, and. I assume he struggles with that for a little bit, but then just ends up getting a notebook out and just start writing for a while until he gets sleepy again.
That leads you back into sleep after you're able to get your thoughts out on the page, and eventually you lull back into sleep, and that is your dream, Higher. Also having a dream tonight, Duelam. Duelam, as a creature that normally doesn't actually sleep, you're basically on sentry mode most nights, but tonight being a night where you know the door is locked and there's really no one getting in here, you're just sort of hanging out, and you go into this sentry mode and you feel yourself just sort of resting and recuperating from the day, and all of a sudden you you almost feel it first, just a split second before this happens, but you feel some sort of electrical pulse ring out from your core up through basically the nervous system of your body into your skull, and it happens for milliseconds, and all of a sudden your brain, your memory processing, everything sort of shuts down and then turns back on in a sleepy, dreamlike state. Duelam, you have a dream that you are beside a familiar figure, the Lady of Pain you see next to you.
Holy shit.
You find yourself back where you were just a few days ago in her bedchambers.
Whoa.
But you don't feel any charged emotions about this. It was most simply the most recent time that you saw her. And in this dream, which is just such an unusual experience, you are sort of an assistant to her, like a servant of sorts, and you enjoy it. You sort of have this backstory in this dream that you see where you've been working with her for several years, and you've been having such a wonderful relationship with her, and everything is perfect and orderly and lawful, and it all feels perfect. At this specific instance, though, sort of after all of these events flood into your head, these fake memories that you can tell aren't exactly yours, but nevertheless you can still appreciate them for something new. She calls to you, Duelam, what is it you're wearing? You look down and you see you have the white bathrobe on that you had on earlier this night, and this sort of reminds you that this isn't real, because it grounds you back in reality, and all of a sudden you sort of lucid dream for a moment and have control over yourself. What would you like to do?
I'll use my hands to embarrassingly cover myself.
Good.
Sorry, do you have a change of clothes?
Yes, just check in the closet there. And you see a skeletal finger emerge from beneath the drapery, pointing toward a wardrobe.
Okay, I'll
Scurrying
run
over
the
to it,
wardrobe.
you find the entire thing is stocked with clothes that perfectly fit you.
Thank fuck.
All of different shapes and varieties. You see dress pants and skirts and open top, blousy shirts. As well, you see nice coats and hats and belts and sashes and scarves, all sorts of different stuff.
I'll try to pick the clothes that cover me the most.
Okay, cool. Heavy coat.
Yeah.
Cover up as much of the Dulam as possible. Big, oversized pants. You put them all on. She calls out to you. Oh, Dulam, my dearest friend. Did you deal with Frederick like I asked you to?
Yes. How did you want me to again?
Oh, that's a good machine. No, you have nothing to worry about. I'm sure the way you did it was perfect, like everything you do.
Thank you. Can I look around? Are any of the, what were they? Like the advisors around?
You look around. You don't see them here, though you still imagine that this might just be how your mind is conjuring this image. You have a perfect memory of this room, of course, so it all looks exactly the way you remember it.
Great.
Well then, Dulam, there's only one more thing I need from you. Why don't you step over here? You see the skeletal finger come out of the drapery one more and beckon you over.
Sure thing. Start stepping over.
All right, you step over, and as you get closer, silence for a moment. You're a bit confused, and you're feeling emotions of hopefulness, but a little bit of fear, but a little bit of excitement, and it's confusing you and filling your head, and it feels stronger and stronger as the silence continues until all of a sudden you see two skeletal hands grab onto the edge of the drapery, pulling it open, letting you see inside, and you are met face to face just inches away from a skeletal head, a skull, looking at you with tiny pinpoint green eyes behind hollow eye sockets. The skull before you looks at you with wide open eyes, and the teeth of this creature are bared, each tooth a different bright color, bright blue, bright yellow, bright orange, like a little rainbow skittle mouth of sorts. It's unnerving, though. It scares you, and as this zombie-like skeletal face looks at you, it speaks to you, wake up. And all of a sudden, you awaken. It's morning time.
Jesus.
Morning.
You, for maybe the first time since traveling with these people, Dulam, don't wake up first. You notice a couple people are already stirring.
I'll shakily stand up.
You shakily get up. As you do so, you see everyone else, stretching out for the day. The sun is shining outside. You see basking through the curtains, and Mount Waterdeep is illuminated brightly on the other side. Oh, that was nice. Hey, Hire, did you wake up last night? I feel like I heard you scream or some shit, like a little, like a child.
God, everyone was loud last night. It was Malagus snoring.
I don't snore. That was definitely
yapping.
Demos.
What?
Demos was talking last night. Demos was talking in his sleep, all right?
Oh, was I Malagus?
Yeah, you were, man. It kept waking me up. You kept saying creepy shit.
What was I saying, Malagus? What was I even saying?
You just kept saying, 2 more, 3 more.
What?
Pretty
That
freaky.
doesn't sound like me. I don't.
It was really freaky. And there was one time I looked over at you when you were talking and your fucking eyes were open, man.
Oh, interesting.
You must have
Yeah,
been
I
dreaming like crazy.
I don't know how much I like rooming with all of you, actually.
I want to room with Dulam. Dulam, you don't even sleep, right?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, Dula was a little angel.
I honestly don't want to talk about it. Can we just get our stuff going?
What happened to you, pissy pants?
I just had a dream worse than I guess I'm used to. I'm still getting used to dreaming, I guess, like this.
Well, you
a
must have some
nightmare, I
bad
guess.
energy.
It almost just felt like an omen almost.
Oh, well,
A little too real.
Sorry about that. Yeah, maybe Demos was right to trade away dreams, because now you don't remember the bad one.
It's very true. I kind of like that. No more nightmares or anything.
I would love to have that about now.
Perfect. No, though you definitely had a nightmare last night, Demos. It was horrible.
well, I guess I didn't experience it really, so.
Well, I feel like you experienced it. You were there. You just don't remember it,
tomato.
It's sort of like the show Severance.
Oh,
What's that show about? Is it applicable at all to my life?
Oh.
afraid not.
Did you have any dreams? I didn't have any. I slept great like a rock.
I didn't have any dreams.
See? So then, what? Hire's throwing a fit, and that's it. So then, Hire, you've got bad energy. You need to go to the temple. Your shit cleared up.
I didn't
Oh, yeah, we should
choose
put
to
you
have
on
a
the
bad
field.
dream.
I don't know. It's sort of like the energy you put into the work, right?
Mm.
I'm sorry, Hire. I'm sorry. You seem fucking fit.
Sorry. Look, I said we didn't want to talk about it, and
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
we're still talking about it. Just forget it. We have things
Got
to
it.
do.
Yep. All right. I really hope our clothes are here. I really only have the one pair.
Same.
Okay.
Are our clothes outside?
You step outside and find on a little wooden coat rack, like a little movable hanger, there is a large assortment of cleaned clothes right outside your door.
Lovely.
You also see there is a rack right outside of Samir's door as well, holding just the one outfit he wears.
So he also just has one pair of clothes. I sort of expected him to be the type to come with like 30 different outfits.
People in Valhalla don't change.
No, I mean, no one owns clothes. When you want to be wearing different clothes, you just think about it and then you are.
That must be so
Oh.
fucking cool.
Yeah, sure, if you're
So
into that sort of thing.
So, like, no excuses if you look bad.
Yeah, I guess so. Most
Or if
people
it's-
just try to... Oh, yeah?
What would you be wearing right now if you had that power?
Full suit of plate mail armor.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know what I was expecting.
Okay, so where to first?
As much as I would like us to stick together, I think I understand if we need to split up today.
Oh, we should stick together, especially if one group is going to the Undermountain to find the dungeons.
Yeah.
That shit is
Yeah.
definitely gonna need all of us. So let's go as a group, all right? We can buy some rations in town, some supplies this morning, and we could head out over to the mountain to find Monty. How's that sound?
That would be good.
Right.
Sounds good to me. I just want to put up posters as we walk.
Yeah, more posters. Are you saying where you're staying right now on these posters? Because what happens if Abel sees them, but then there's like probably hundreds of thousands of people who live in this town, you know?
Well, but what if a bad person sees them and then sees where I live?
Yeah, well, I just, I also worry that the times of day that a known prisoner are probably active are not the same times of day that you are. Like I doubt he's out during the
Oh.
day. So you'll never see each other with the plan.
Well, you leave a coded message. Right?
True. Or we could find some sort of like trusted person. Like maybe we find a bar in the shitty part of town that you pay some guy like 10 gold to be like, hey, if this guy comes looking for me, tell him this, and then you can give the location of the bar.
No, I can think of a code. I've got this. Let me think. Okay, so the name of this place is the Flamin' Hog. Okay, this will take me a few minutes. I'll do it while we walk.
All right. I'd also, if you'd like, we could stop by the like dock district on the way, just buying supplies and maybe like asking the people around there if they've seen the prisoner anywhere, just as a start.
And just put up some more of these posters.
I have a way with seamen.
So I've
Sure you
heard.
do.
I do. I know their tongue. I have the tongue of a seaman.
Deimos, I would be very, very careful.
What does that mean?
Yeah, Malagus, I know the spell hold person, so don't
What
try
does that
anything.
mean? What am I doing wrong? Let's go conquer the day, I guess. Do we need to wake Samir up? That's crazy.
Bang, 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 bang.
The door opens immediately on the first bang, Orpheus, and you see Samir's silhouette sort of
Aw.
shadowed against the darkness in there. He's still wearing the robes, and he goes, "Oh, Orpheus, you're up. Good."
Good
I decided-
morning.
I decided to wait until you all woke up because of something you mentioned last night.
We're awake.
Good.
Get
Give me
stressed.
5
I want to
seconds.
take his clothes off the hook and just sort of shove them into his hands, then close the door.
He grabs them out of your hands, closes the door. Not 12 seconds later, he opens the door fully dressed with his backpack on. All right, let's go.
Optimal.
Immaculate.
Whoa.
And he steps out with you guys. Before we go, are we taking Tick with us on an adventure to a monster place?
I'd say no.
Hire, do you have a plan with that? We could perhaps look into babysitters or some sort of daycare. Tick, have you ever been to school? School?
I like the idea of school. I like the idea of finding other means of entertainment. And I mean, Tick, do you have any want to be with everyone else from Ethera?
Higher.
I mean, it could be like a pickup, like drop off situation, but
Well, I couldn't help but overhear that you planned on finding some adventuring supplies and maybe stopping dockside to discuss with some people. I could drop Tick off maybe at the lecture halls of the Academy Ward. Find some classes and sign her up, give her a day of lessons, and we could pick her up this evening.
is that something you would want to do, Tick?
You, Tick?
It's a great plan. Thank you, Samir.
Of course. Why don't you come with me, little lady? Tick follows, and the two of them disappear off in front of you guys. Nice. Good job, Hire. Got the dead weight off, both of them. This is perfect. Let's go.
I'm so glad they're getting along.
Wait,
Sorry.
wasn't that the guy you were worried is going to adopt your kid?
I feel like I realized that I preferred for Tick for more people to care for her than not. It was selfish of me to think otherwise.
I thought you would hate them. Oh.
So Samir's a good man. I certainly trust him.
I have
All
my
right.
cipher. Oh, fuck.
All right, you want to share it with the class?
The cipher is as follows, written on every sign. Second night, numeral 4. Fourth, numeral 4. Second, numeral 1. Third, numeral 4. Third, numeral 2. N, G, H, first, numeral 1, G.
Yeah, I have no questions.
This is great. This is great. I'm really excited about this. Go ahead and I would like you to write this out for me just so I can read it to see if maybe that will help me understand it.
I think it's nonsense, personally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe it looks different.
We should just make this the description of the episode.
Oh, God. This is awful. Okay, I love this Orpheus. How smart do you think Abel is?
Very.
I will say you should consider that he would know every knight's name by heart.
Yes.
It's the written out word corresponds to which rank knight they are, and the number is which order of the name the letter comes. So,
You know
like,
what, I'm gonna
first
roll.
knight 4 means the fourth letter of the first knight's name.
I'm gonna roll an intelligence check.
So
I, of course,
Abel is
would
the
get this.
second knight.
Abel's the fourth knight, but the second knight's name
Fuck.
also starts with A.
Fuck you.
Oh, Willum's working backwards, baby. So wait, does that make Abel the ring finger or the pinky finger?
Yeah, what finger
Ring
is
finger, because he's the slut.
he?
Hello.
Every group needs one.
Ring finger is the
okay.
slut?
Yeah,
Yes.
what?
What?
How is ring finger?
The
slut? Isn't
finger
that
thing
the
was
chast
not written
one?
into the backstory. The finger thing wasn't written into the backstory. That was just
It's
something I
called
said
improv.
once that we really rolled with. And it wasn't thought through when creating these characters.
All right, so as you write this out on your shit, Orpheus, Malagus sort of nudges you and goes, "What the fuck are you doing? What does that mean?"
He'll understand it.
What? The guy who's gonna kill you?
Who's gonna kill me?
Nothing. That was a deep cut Parks and Rec joke. Did not land.
Oh, like Ron Swanson. No. See, Abel will understand it because we've spent millennia as friends, and he knows the way I think. So when he sees this, he'll think, "How would Orpheus think that was supposed to be read?" And then he'll read it that way, and he'll get it.
I hope so, but didn't you say he was like the party guy and dumb as rocks?
Yeah. Well, not dumb. He's not dumb, but he's sort of a slacker. Yeah.
Okay.
But he's still a
yeah.
knight of Queen Radice, so he's more competent than the average slacker.
All well and good. It's just you're a bunch of warriors, right? These are the football players of the world.
Do I seem like a football player of the world?
Yes.
Really? I stand up straighter. I do cut an imposing figure.
Yeah, right. We
No,
should get you some
Abel's
armor.
not really that type, though. He's very artsy. So, I don't know. If I could, fucking encode this in music, I would, but I don't bother with that sort of shit.
Yeah, I saw you fucking creaming your pants when they were talking about the arts day that they were having, the festival that's in
Pretty
Waterdeep.
pretty cool stuff. Pretty enjoyable things.
That sounds fun, I guess. I don't know if we should be here for it, though, because celebrations that big usually bring a lot of trouble.
Okay.
But, that's just me.
You're telling me. I've organized parades before, you guys. Sucks. The worst.
Gay
It's
parades,
actually
I'm
what
assuming?
Abel's good at. No, there's no gay ghosts. What? I'm sorry. There's just not.
All right, is everyone ready to go? You all look good, yeah? Dulam, I like your clothes.
Thank you.
I rub your head. You're so well-mannered.
You're right there, Dulam? You're not very talkative today.
Fine. Thank you.
Sure? All right. Let's get a move on, gang.
Onwards!
Dulam, next
Right.
time I get a nightmare, can I go whisper to you about it? And you can respond in the morning?
Yes,
That sounds good.
I should be there.
Great.
All right, guys, make your way out into the streets of Waterdeep. You exit through the inn, back through the mess hall. There are still already early in the morning people up here filling the cafeteria floor, loud as ever. These mostly seem to be early morning workers getting their sausage and eggs in the morning as sort of an early meal before the day. A lot of adventurers that look to be here. These are adventurers who are wealthy enough to afford this place, but are still rowdy enough to really take up the floor a lot. You see a lot of great warriors. There are Goliaths here that cut an imposing height. You see a couple turtles that are all armed to the teeth with swords. There's a pack of, looks like humans that all have the same, robes on that looks like some sort of wizard robes. The pack of them all an adventuring guild themselves, or sort of group, that are talking loudly over a couple cups of what look like morning coffee. Lots of groups here that sort of match the same diversity that you guys have as well. A lot of people from all walks of life. But you pass by them, ready for your own day, and as you walk out into the warm, pleasant day and the sun greets you once again, you guys have an exciting day waiting for you on the material plane. And that is going to be a good stopping point for us tonight, you guys.
Whoa! Woo! Oh, yeah.
That was an extra loud one.
That was a really good one.
All right, so thank you guys for another amazing episode. This is fun. I'm glad you guys got into Waterdeep. I feel like there was a lot of roleplay this time. I actually think some of you guys might not have rolled a single dice all night.
Holy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. That's just
I
great.
love roleplay. This is how it should be.
This is how it should be. Thank you
Yeah.
guys for joining me. This is a lot of fun. I'm excited for next episode. You guys have so much to do, but so little time.
True.
Why do we have
And
so
lots
little
of-
time?
I
Lots
feel
of
the
fun
time
random
pressure.
events too. Lots of fun things. Things are happening. The world is changing. This is going to be fun. I can't wait for next episode. In the meantime, though, should we discuss our poll results?
Poll results! Everybody give me a drum roll, please. At the end of episode 15, The Height of Torment, we asked you all to vote who is the true leader of the Runt Pack.
Yes, this is an important one. Very critical.
There was a tie. For first.
Wow.
But first, before we even get to that, I would like to mention that the only position not tied for was, in fact, dead last. And coming in dead last was Deimos with 0 votes.
Whoa.
They must gonna take this.
My goat.
I mean, it's true. I only make good decisions, so I'll just let everyone else make the bad decisions.
Alright.
Then, tied for first place were Orpheus and Dulam.
Ooh, wow, tied. That's pretty good, you guys.
Wow.
True.
Yeah.
Should be proud. Should be very proud.
I stand by it's an emperor shogunate situation.
Yeah, I see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this week.
I more see the shogunate, but
Oh. Wait, so that puts higher in the middle?
Yeah, Hire and Jaya both tied for the middle.
Jaya
Oh,
got a
let's
vote
go,
too,
Jaya.
alright.
Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I like to see it. Wow. Wait, so what does that mean for Deimos? Deimos.
This week, the poll is who is the worst roommate or bedmate, vote for whichever member of the Runt Pack you would find most irritating to cohabitate with. I think we'll probably leave Malagus off that poll because otherwise everyone will vote for him.
Hello?
He's diseased.
He's
not-
diseased, he's slimy, he's...
I want to cuddle him though. You got to remember that.
I wish
You
I
hear
didn't.
that? People want to cuddle me. That's a win right there.
So,
please vote in our poll. Also, while you're at it, give us a follow. If you liked it, leave a rating. If you didn't, keep it to yourself. Yeah, and check out our subreddit, r/runtpack. You can find the link for that, as well as all our other links in our Spotify bio description. Yeah. And shut the fuck up. Most importantly, catch us next Monday.